if you want there to be different language in this limiting instruction, now's the time for us to come up with it, because it's talking about
if it were, so if it related to only the state tendering the conviction to impeach the witness and show him to be unworthy of belief,
right,
then we would agree to the language in that limiting instruction proposed by Mr. Harvey. That is not what we would be tendering it for. We would be tendering the convictions, the certified convictions, only as prior inconsistent statements.
All right, then I think we're kind of going in circles, because what I'm trying to say is I don't think the convictions necessarily get you there. The factual assertions, any kind of admissions he makes during taking either plea are something different. And I understand you to be saying, okay, I'm saying he pled guilty to a gang count. That means he has admitted this is a gang.
And in pleading guilty, correct, he has acknowledged the truth of the factual basis.
Well, you need to show me that he's acknowledged the truth of the factual basis for each of these. He appears to have in, the one that's on trial now. I don't know about the 15 SC one, but still, if you want those nuances to be, properly explained and properly limited, now's the time to come up with the language.
Yes, Judge.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether Ms. Love is finished.
No, I was actually getting the
right
Okay,
now.
all right.
I was actually getting the document that Mr. Harvey gave to us this morning so that I could speak to that additional language. So
I think that the last sentence is true regardless. A defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. That's
absolutely
true.
Agree with
so
that.
So we're going to say that regardless. It's
yes.
The kind of sentence is a couple of sentences before that.
So the first sentence of the proposed limiting instruction, you're about to hear evidence that he's pleaded guilty to some of the charges in this indictment.
Yeah.
I would follow that up with, if you find that the witness has made a statement or makes a statement that is not consistent with the charges to which he pled guilty in the indictment, you may consider the plea of guilty by the defendant as to the charges alleged as substantive evidence. I know that's kind of wordy, I can tell.
Okay, we can go ahead.
If that you may consider as evidence against any defendant currently on trial.
All right.
And then I would have the court read that last line. A defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not simply on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. Or not only instead of not simply. And not solely, rather. I like that.
And not, I'm not going to change that language.
Okay.
Any suggestions from the defense?
Well, I certainly would object to those changes. I think we're conflating. Can you hear me okay if I don't stand up? All right. I think we're conflating the idea that he pled guilty, and I'm sorry, I heard Ms. Love say that he's admitted that the allegations in count 1 are true. He's admitting the allegations in count 1 are true as to him. That's what a guilty plea is. You can't plead guilty for other people. He has acknowledged his responsibility and his role in whatever activities that he has conceded. So you can't conflate the idea that a co-defendant's plea says anything other than something related to him. It is his admissions in judicio. Now,
I agree with what Mr. Harvey has just said. So I would ask that where I say, I've asked the court to the extent that I have language in that proposed alteration stating that the defendant has admitted something or admitted his guilt as to a particular crime, I don't have a problem with adding are true as to this witness. But that does not make that truth inadmissible as evidence against the defendants currently on trial.
well, that's where we part ways, but we have already argued that. I want to preserve that. I acknowledge Your Honor's ruling on that.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to think about it. I can sit here and think about it, or I can go to chambers and think about it.
Whichever makes the court happiest.
All right, we're just gonna recess in place. Yeah. Yes.
First of all, unless I'm reading it wrong, would you look at, if you don't mind, our statute of OCGA, section 24-8-803-22? I believe our statute specifically says that the co-defendant's guilty plea cannot be used against the defendants on trial. That's how I read it. If I'm reading it wrong, you have to start at the very top and then skip all the way down to 22. In addition, Your Honor, and I gave this honorable court and the parties, I gave Mr.
I'm
Matt.
sorry.
Okay.
What's the statute?
OCGA, section 24-8-803.
Oh, 803.
And then it's in division 2-2. So you start at the very top is at 2 or 3 lines, and you have to skip all the way down to 22.
And Your Honor, that's the statute that I cited at the beginning, at the outset, where I was stating that I believe that that is what Mr. Harvey is referring to, the use of a guilty plea conviction to impeach the witness by showing the jury not that he has acknowledged certain truths within it, but just to show the jury he's unworthy of belief. And that is not something we would be doing.
Yeah, I mean, what it says is when offered by the state in a criminal prosecution for purposes other than impeachment.
Exactly.
And Here, the state would be offering it for the purpose of impeachment, if they
Potentially.
offer it.
Right, potentially. But I thought the state was going further in that jury instruction. So
Right, because if it's offered for impeachment, then what is said in 22 is no longer true.
okay. Well, the second case, and I gave this to this honorable court and Mr. Matthews and the state previously, but it's United States versus Vandetti, Vandetti. Your Honor, that's 623F period 2D, 1144. That's the 6, like 5-6, Sixth Circuit, 1980. And it specifically says, starting in page 1147, that the fact that the jury has found previously, or a person, I'm saying pled guilty, who was previously indicted with appellant Vandetti, is not relevant to the determination of the appellant's guilt. And that needs to be in the instruction that Mr. Harvey, I think, proposed. And
What's the site again? 623F what?
623,
Yeah, F
second, 1140,
1143.
1144.
1144. I mean, I know we've looked at this case before as well.
And then in Georgia, I believe that, again, State versus Jefferson, Jefferson, like our third president, is 302 Georgia, 435.
But that's a non-testifying defendant.
That is non-testifying. Okay. That's non-testifying. I just heard.
Okay.
And
Mr.
Judge,
Harvey.
I will check as to Vandetti, but I believe that Vandetti is simply speaking to 80322 type.
What was the
circumstances.
pinpoint site in Vendetti?
1147.
I mean, the rule with regard to instructions is well established in Georgia, limiting instructions for a testifying co-defendant. If you look, the latest case is Spradley, Spradley v. State at 276 Georgia Appeals 842. Pinpoint 842, 843, mostly 843, citing Pinckney versus the state. Pinckney versus the state is 236 Georgia Appeals 744. So the idea that a limiting instruction should accompany the fact of a guilty plea with regard to a testifying co-defendant is well entrenched in Georgia law.
And again, I believe that those cases relate to the circumstance that is addressed in 80322, but I haven't looked at it, so I
All
can't
right,
say.
well,
with
take a
certainty.
minute and look at it.
Thank you. So speaking to Spradley, it says what the court has already said. In general, a guilty plea of a joint offender is not admissible in evidence at the trial of another joint defendant. This rule does not apply, however, where the joint offender is present at trial and testifies as a witness subject to cross-examination, nor does it apply where the joint offender's guilty plea is admitted with instructions that it not be used as evidence of the defendant's guilt.
Right.
Here, not only was the co-defendant present, so I'm looking for the 80. I need to pull up Pigney, and I'll do that now.
Okay.
Looking for the 80322 reference.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to interrupt.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
Vendetti, which was also cited, says the jury's verdict that the co-defendants were guilty is a hearsay statement. The exceptions to the hearsay rule provide for the admissibility of a final judgment of guilty as to a felony, but not including when offered by the government for purposes other than impeachment, judgments against persons other than the accused. And it specifically cites the Federal Rule of Evidence 80322. That's as to Vendetti. And I am, again, looking at Pigney.
So it's clear that in Vendetti, I mean, the reviewing court makes note of the fact that the convictions in that case by, the convictions of certain co-defendants appear to have been offered for no other reason than to prove the convictions. No other basis for offering them was asserted by the prosecutor, and that's not what we have here. We have the prosecutor here, if she offering them basically as impeachment evidence, as substantive impeachment evidence. Mr. Harvey, could you send this to me in Word form so I can work on it? Or Miss Westmoreland, more likely, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I sent it as a PDF, but I'll send it as a Word version right now.
Okay, well, you need to send it directly to me because we don't have, Miss Persfield's gone.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I approach to get your email address and not?
So it's the same format as Miss Persifield's. By far cleaner way to do what you're seeking to do is to find some literal admission by Mr. Sledge or whomever else it might come up with in either the factual assertions or the plea colloquy itself or something like that. That's been just a prior inconsistent statement that comes in for impeachment and as substantive evidence. And we still probably need to do some kind of an instruction, but.
So I understand the court's position, and I will therefore, until we have perfect clarity on it, I will not tender or attempt to admit his certified of the conviction, the guilty plea convictions. I'd like the opportunity to just read through the cases that have been cited by the defendants, because I am fairly certain, though not completely certain, that they all relate to 803.22 circumstances and not the purpose for which we would be tendering that evidence.
Okay. All right, so how far into, I mean, I need to come up with limiting instruction regardless though, right? Potentially.
I think that would be cleanest. We would just ask that the language requested by the state is included in a limiting instruction if the court gives one, to the extent that to avoid confusion by the jury in thinking that what he is saying and a prior inconsistent statement that he made to avoid them believing that those things cannot be used as evidence of these defendants' guilt. We are asking that in order to avoid that confusion and misunderstanding, that the court includes the language we've requested about
All right,
the
well,
inconsistency.
if you want to just maybe jot it down in an email and shoot it over, that might be easier than, because I think when you proposed it orally, even when you were talking about a statement, I think you were talking more specifically about a statement not consistent with the charges to which they pled, then consider the guilty plea as substantive evidence, which again gets us in that murky water. So
I get what the court is saying.
yeah, why don't we just recess in place? I'm going to work on this, you work on that.
May I ask counsel for whomever to send me the Word document that they sent to the court?
I still hadn't come through.
Yes, I just sent it and love URCC.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, maybe it'll take a minute to come through.
And it hasn't come through on my end either. Oh, there it is. Okay, I have it.
of you in just a minute. I emailed it, but essentially, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that the co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is, his guilty plea admissions to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may then consider against any defendant currently on trial, for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial.
That's good for the state.
It,
I mean, the state has no objection.
I get it. It's good, subject to my objections. And our previously argued about the difference between substantive and impeachment. And I just want to make sure I preserve that. But insofar as those additions, the court is going to give those additions, I have no objection to that wording.
Understand. Okay. All right, I think we're ready for the jury then.
And Your Honor, I just want to confirm that the Harvey rule is in effect. I'm sorry.
It is, it
Mr.
is,
President.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Judge,
So y'all can sit down. Miss Love's got to run out for just a second. She didn't get a chance to just now. Everybody can be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience this morning. We started well before y'all, I promise, but it just takes lawyers and judges a long time sometimes on things. So we're ready now, and thanks again for being patient this morning. All right, and Ms. Love, y'all's next witness is on the stand, and I think still needs to be sworn.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Mr. Antonio Sledge.
Okay? Yeah, you're.
I apologize. This is witness Antonio Sledge.
Raise your hand. You swear to testimony given in truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. State, spell your first and last name for the court. I'll let you know.
Name Antonio Sledge.
And Mr. Sledge, if you wouldn't mind that tall mic, just kind of reach up and try to, thank you. There you go.
Name Antonio Sledge. ANTONIOSLEDGE.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge, and you are perfectly situated, turning to the jury so that they can hear you. I'm going to stand over here so that you speak loud enough so that the last juror can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
43 is age.
Where did you grow up?
Atlanta, Georgia.
What part of the city did you grow up in?
Downtown Atlanta.
Did you also go to high school in Atlanta?
Yes.
And what high school did you attend?
Southside High School.
Did you finish?
No.
What grade did you finish? The last grade you completed?
Probably the 9th grade.
By 9th grade, could you read and write though?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes. Brothers.
How many?
3 living.
Where did you fall in line with your siblings? Oldest, youngest, middle?
Next to the youngest.
All right. Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland who answers to the name Woody?
Yes.
All right. You sort of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
No reason.
All right.
Come on now.
Do you know of a person named Jeffrey Williams who answers to the name Thug?
Yes.
What about a person named Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson who answers to the name SB?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Diamante Kendrick who answers to the name Yak?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Demikion Garlington who answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Quindarius Zachary who also answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
How do you distinguish one Lil D from the other when you're just talking in regular conversation?
I call both of them D.
Okay. And if someone asks you which D, how do you respond?
D.
If you're talking about Quindarius Zachary.
D. Lil D.
Lil D. Do you know of a person named Rodelius Ryan?
No.
Do you know of a person named Marquavius Huey who goes by the name Quay?
No, I don't know him, but I heard it around the way.
So you do know of him, or you?
I know of him.
Okay. What about Quamarvius Nichols? Do you know of a person named Quamarvius Nichols who answers to the name Quay as well?
Of him.
Do you know a person named Quantavius Greer who answers to the name Umfunk?
Yes.
Do you know of a Dolly Greer or a Max Greer?
Yes.
What about Dora Greer?
Yes.
All right. Do you know them to be Jeffrey Williams' sisters?
Yes.
Now tell the jury, if you will, how well you would say that you know Jeffrey Williams.
I've been knowing Jeffrey Williams since he was probably like 16.
How many years would that make it that you've known him?
what is 2024? Probably like it's been a minute. I can't really, off the top of my head, I don't really know.
If it was when he was 16, about how old were you when you first met him?
I was 20 something. I was probably like 26. I'm about like 10 years older than Jeffrey.
Okay. Tell the jury, if you will, how well you know Shannon Stillwell or SB.
But I met Shannon around like 2014, 15, somewhere in that area.
When you say you met him around 2014 or 2015, what does that mean for you in terms of how well you know him?
I know we built a great relationship.
And was that from the start? From the time that you met him to now, you all have had a great relationship, or is that something different?
You said could you repeat yourself?
Yes, I can. Did you all have that great relationship that you just described for the jury from the moment that you all met, or did it develop over time?
From the time that we met.
Okay. And do you all still have that same great relationship?
Well, I haven't talked to Shannon because he's been incarcerated.
Okay, hold up. Your Honor, we would move to strike that last portion.
Yeah, please disregard that. All right, give me just a second. Y'all didn't even get comfortable. I'll have to excuse y'all and see you back again in a few minutes.
Mr. Sledge, could you step outside?
Your Honor, may it please court, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are moving for a mistrial at this time. There's been a comment about my client, comment from witness Antonio Sledge about my client being incarcerated. It is prejudicial to my client, suggests a criminal history, it suggests a flight risk. It prejudices my client. Also, Your Honor, I would just note for the record that Mr. Sledge, my understanding is Mr. Sledge has been cooperative with the state, meaning he's made himself available. His attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, is here. Mr. Sledge has been here all morning. There's absolutely no reason that the state knew what questions they were going to ask. They knew that they were going to ask about the relationship with my client at this time. The duty is on the state to prepare their witnesses to not relay or testify to prejudicial material such as my client being incarcerated throughout this trial, and they failed to do so. So we're moving for a mistrial at this time.
Ms. Love.
Judge, the state objects to a mistrial. The question that I posed was not one I expected this witness to bring up Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. We'd ask simply for a limiting instruction for a few reasons. One, Mr. Shart indicated that his mistrial motion is based on the witness's reference to Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. There has been admitted as evidence that Mr. Stillwell got incarcerated at some point. We expect further testimony to come out with details about Mr. Stillwell's becoming incarcerated, and the witness's statement on the stand, even where I asked that it be struck, does not rise to the level of meriting or warranting a mistrial. And I can go outside and further caution him to not talk about anyone's incarceration.
Okay, and isn't Mr. Stillwell, in fact, charged in this indictment with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
He is.
Okay.
He is, Your Honor, and I don't think there's any dispute that my client was incarcerated at some point. He's been arrested for these charges. I mean, I think everyone would acknowledge that. But the fact that he's still incarcerated, and I just don't understand how the state could ask, how's your relationship with him on this date or today? And they wouldn't expect a witness who apparently wasn't prepped to say, oh, well, actually, I haven't been able to talk to him because he's incarcerated. That seems like a very likely
that's not
answer.
exactly what happened.
Well, whatever the transcript shows, it seems like that was a very predictable answer to that question.
Okay, I mean, it sounded to me the way it came up. Please do further caution him, but it did not sound like that came up as a purposeful question to secure that kind of evidence before the jury. It was essentially like, how is your relationship with Mr. Stillwell? Well, he'd been incarcerated. That could be, and that's all that he ended up saying. That could have been at any point in the past. That did not indicate right now he is presently incarcerated. I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. If you want any kind of instruction, let me know that. But given that evidence has already and is going to come out that at some point in Mr. Stillwell's past, he has been incarcerated, this really is nothing beyond what they're going to know anyway.
May I step outside?
You may. Do you want any sort of other instruction, curative instruction?
May I have a moment?
Sure.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I believe that you have already instructed the jury to disregard the last comment. So at this point, I don't want to bring more attention to it. I would, for the record, though, renew my motion for mistrial to preserve this issue and reserve it before the next questions.
All right, understood.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready for the jury. we can get Mr. Sledge back in. All right, thank you very much.
May we continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, when was the last time that you spoke with Shannon Stillwell, or SB?
2022.
What was your relationship like in 2022, the last time that you spoke with him?
Good terms.
All right. Since 2022, has anything soured the way you feel about Mr. Stillwell?
No.
I asked you if you know a person by the name of Rodelius Ryan. I failed to ask you if you know a person who goes by the name Little Rod.
I heard him. He very younger than me, so
Okay.
you know.
Do you recognize that person to be in the courtroom today? If you just look around.
Yes.
All right. Would you describe what he's wearing for the jury and describe his
He
seating
was
position?
sitting between the lady with the white hair and the one with the dreads.
Your Honor, would the record please reflect that the witness has identified Rodelius Ryan?
It'll say reflect.
Thank you. Now, when did you first meet Rodelius Ryan, or Little Rod, as you know him?
We never really had a personal conversation or nothing like that.
How was it that you came to know of him?
Just in a certain area, like the Cleveland Avenue area.
When you say in the Cleveland Avenue area, is that the area that you grew up in?
No, I used to go to the park in Cleveland Avenue.
What park on Cleveland Avenue?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Now, Cleveland Avenue Park, do you call it anything other than Cleveland Avenue Park?
No.
All right. And when you say you used to go to the park and you met Mr. Ryan in that area, what was the occasion?
I used to go over there and play basketball, shoot basketball.
Did you play basketball with Mr. Ryan?
No.
Okay. So what were the circumstances that you got to know who Lil Rod is?
Just by people saying his name.
And who was it that introduced you to or told you who
They
Lil
never,
Rod is?
me and him never was introduced to each other.
Okay. Is it then fair to say you don't know him very well at all?
No.
All right. Please tell the jury how well you know Quindarius Zachary.
I've been knowing Quindarius Zachary since he was a child.
How old as a child?
I don't recall on that.
Fair enough. Do you recall generally about how old you were when you first met him?
I was young too.
15, 16?
Yeah, right, probably around that age.
Okay. And did you all ever go to high school or anything like that together?
No, he from the same apartments I'm from.
Which are?
Capitol Home.
Are you older than, younger than, or the same age as Mr. Zachary?
I'm
Because
way,
the jury doesn't know.
I'm way older than Zachary.
All right. Do you know about how many years older?
No, I don't know exactly how old Zachary is.
Now, you being from the same apartments, what circumstances did you have to get to know someone that much younger than you?
I know his mother and his father.
Were you friends with Mr. Zachary's mother or his father? Either of them. Were you friends?
Me and his father not friends, but I know of him.
Okay. At some point, did you socialize with Quindarius Zachary?
Yeah, he watched me grow up. He played basketball and stuff with me.
All right. Are you closer to him than his parents, or were you closer to his parents than him when you were growing up?
I say his parents,
And which parent were you the closest to?
the father.
All right. Are you no longer close?
We'll have a problem. I just don't see him. He just don't be where I be at.
All right. What about Demikion Garlington? How long have you known him?
Since he was a child too.
As between Quindarius Zachary and Demikion Garlington, are they around the same age or is one older than the other?
I think they're around the same age.
So it's safe to say that you're considerably older than Demikion Garlington too?
Yes.
How did you come to know Demikion Garlington?
I know his mama when she first had him.
Fair enough. How old were you then?
She probably like 2-3 years older than me, so she had him at a very young age.
Okay.
So we probably was in, she probably was in high school, I was in middle school.
All right. So were you friends with his mom or were you?
Me and his mother's very close.
Did your relationship with Mr. Garlington's mom sort of spill into a closeness between you and Mr. Garlington, or do you all not have as close relationship as you do with his
Could
mom?
you repeat what you said?
Yes. Do you have the same type of close relationship with Mr. Garlington that you had or have with his mother?
Yes.
What about Kenneth Copeland or Woody? How well do you know him?
I probably met Copeland probably like 2014.
And under what circumstances did you meet Kenneth Copeland?
We had a debate,
You
a
had-
disagreement.
You and Mr. Copeland had a disagreement?
Yes.
What year?
I want to say 2014.
Are you comfortable telling the jury what that disagreement was about?
It wasn't that serious.
Okay.
If that's what you said.
Just asking what it was about.
I don't recall what it was about.
So if you first met him when you all had a disagreement, how did you come to learn about the thing y'all disagreed over?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. You just told the jury, correct me where I'm wrong. Your Honor, I'm asking him about his relationship with certain people that are very relevant here in this indictment.
All right, I'll overrule it.
Would you tell the jury how it was that you came to meet Mr. Copeland over a disagreement? What happened?
I don't remember exactly what happened, so I just know I remember we had a disagreement.
What kind of disagreement?
It was just like an argument.
Now, is it that you came in contact with him, you met him, and immediately you all started like arguing with one another, or something you heard? Help me out.
Relevance again.
I'm assuming.
Judge, I'm just getting to his relationship with Mr. Copeland, and I'm going to segue into what it is now, but I'm asking for this witness to tell the jury to elaborate on something he testified about as it relates to a witness or a person of interest in this case.
All right, well, it doesn't sound from his responses so far like he recalls, so I'll let you ask it this one more way because you're saying that it's relevant, but if the answer's, similar to the last one, we're just going to need to move on.
I will, thank you. Do you recall anything at all about how you and Mr. Copeland met beyond that it was over a disagreement?
I don't recall.
Did the disagreement last? In other words, did you get over it?
Yeah, we right in there on the spot.
Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Copeland?
You saying now or then?
Starting with after you got over the disagreement, what was your relationship like?
Man, we was cordial.
Since different people may have different definitions of cordial, would you explain to the jury what you mean?
We
when
had
you
a
say-
good relationship.
Were you as close with Mr. Copeland as you were with Sequindaria Zachary?
I treated all of them equal, so like I don't treat no one better than I treat the other one.
When you say all of them, who are you talking about?
You just said Zachary and Copeland,
Okay.
both of those two. Then.
Just those two.
Yes.
All right. Would you please tell the jury how well you know Yak or Diamante Kendrick?
How good do I know him?
Yes.
I know him as a great person, a good person. I know him. We have a good relationship.
Tell the jury when you first met Mr. Kendrick.
I want to say probably around 2013, 14, somewhere in there.
Where did you first meet him? Under what circumstances?
I want to say, can I say we was at a party or something and somebody introduced him to me, but I don't recall who introduced him to me.
Did you all hit it off right away?
We built a relationship.
Are you all close in terms of age? Or are you older or younger than Mr. Kendrick?
I think I'm older than Mr. Kendrick too, probably about 10 years or so.
What about Mr. Greer, Quintavious Greer or Umfunk? How well do you know him?
I personally met Mr. Greer when he got out, 2019.
Was that the first time that you came to know Umfunk?
Yes.
Had you heard of him before then?
Yes, I had heard of him.
And what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Greer in 2019?
Well, I got out 2019 too, so but when we started seeing each other, we built a great relationship.
Mr. Williams, would you tell the jury how well you know Jeffrey Williams?
I know Jeffrey Williams great. I know him personally, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
About 15 years.
How did you come to know Mr. Williams?
When I started going to the park on Cleveland Avenue playing basketball.
Are you older than him, younger, or around the same age? As to Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Sustained.
And would you describe your relationship when you first met? Was it good? As good as it is now?
Me and Jeffrey always, once I met Jeffrey, we had a great relationship.
Did you hang out with Jeffrey Williams?
He was rapping at the time, so yeah, I used to go to a couple of the shows, support him.
Okay. Now you say 15 years ago. Around what year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2009.
What shows of his did you go to around 2009?
Nightclubs, teenager club, nightclubs.
Did you get to know his family as well?
Yes,
Have you been to Mr. Williams' house?
yes.
How often would you say you visited him at his home?
A lot.
Okay. Do you know his mother?
Yes.
And do you know his father?
Yes.
Are you close with either one of them?
We have a good relationship.
Okay. How frequently do you talk to Mr. Williams' mother?
I ain't talked to her in a minute.
How frequently do you speak with Mr. Williams' father?
Not frequently.
Were you here at the courthouse yesterday?
Yes.
Did you speak with Mr. Williams' father yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. How long would you say you spoke with him?
I can't say.
Was it more than just a hi and bye?
No.
So you said hello, he said hello, and you all parted ways?
Oh,
You may answer.
Because you repeated.
Yes. You said it was no more than a hi and bye. So you said hello.
I
and
never said that. You said that. I told
Thank
you.
you.
I told you that we had a conversation yesterday. I couldn't recall how long was the conversation.
Okay. So it went past hello. It was that you all stood and
Yeah.
talked for a while.
Yes.
Did you all at any point discuss this case?
No.
All right. Did you come to know Dora and Dolly Greer through Defendant Williams, or did you learn of them some other way?
I learned through Mr. Williams.
Is it fair to say you met them all, his whole family, around the same time?
Yes.
And your relationship with Dora and Dolly, are they the same as your relationship with Mr. Williams?
Why wouldn't it be though? Yes.
Thank you. Of all the people that I've just asked you about, who is it that you've known the longest?
I met them all about around the same time.
And of all the people that I just asked you about, is there any one that you are closer to than any other?
I'm close to all three of them.
Now, we talked about Quindarius Zachary, Demikion Garlington, Kenneth Copeland, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Shannon Stillwell, and Diamante Kendrick, as well as Dolly and Dora Greer. When you say all three, what do you mean?
You asked me about Dora, Dolly, and Jeffrey just now. You asked me. Now you talking about all of them. So
Thank
where
you for
you getting at?
correcting me. You're right. I'm asking you about all of the people that I've asked you about today. Of all of those people, who are you closest to?
I wouldn't say I'm closer than them. One of them I have a great relationship with all of them.
Okay,
I wouldn't divide none of them, put them like that.
fair enough.
I feel the same way about one that I feel about the other.
All right. With respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey and Quamarvius Nichols, you said you know of them only, right?
Yes.
How did you learn of those two gentlemen?
Just seeing them around the city of Atlanta ain't but so big. We might bump into each other every now and then. Clubs.
Were there occasions where you would say you hung out with more than two of the gentlemen that I just named at a time?
Could you repeat that?
Did you ever hang out?
yes. All right, I'm gonna need you to use your mic, okay, so I can even hear that you're making an objection.
Form of the question, which gentleman?
I would say-
Sustained, rephrase, please.
Yes. Of the gentlemen that are Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Rodelius Ryan, Kenneth Copeland, Demikion Garlington, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Marquavius Huey, Quindarius Zachary, Quamarvius Nichols, if I haven't said his name, Did you ever hang out with two or more of either of them?
What you mean by hang out? You can hang out many ways. So what do
What
you
are
mean?
some of the ways that you would call hanging out to
I
this jury?
never hung out with Hurley. I never hung out with Ryan.
Okay.
Been to Jeffrey shows, me and Kendrick at the studio, places like that.
Okay. And have you ever hung out with two or more of the people in the courtroom today at a time, at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Under what circumstances?
Video shoots, music videos, club.
Is it only at video shoots and music videos that you've hung out
I
with two
just
of them?
said clubs.
And which two have you hung out with at the same time that are in the courtroom today?
What you said only two, right?
Which two or more that are in the courtroom today have you hung
Mr.
out with at one
Kendrick,
time?
Jeffrey, Stillwell.
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of whether you hung out with several people and asked for a curative instruction with regard to it's not illegal to hang out with anybody in the world.
All right, that's a speaking objection, and it is overruled.
Thank you. Since you asked my definition of hangout, would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We didn't actually fully develop that, so I'm going to overrule that objection.
Would you please
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We hung out and had fun together, enjoying life.
Okay. Did you all ever work together?
Yes.
Doing what?
Like when we go on tour.
And when you say like when we go on tour, who is the we that you are referring to?
I've been on tour with all three of them.
All three being Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick, William, and Stillwell.
All right. And what were you doing while you were working on tour with Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Stillwell?
For YSL, the record label, I was head of security at once upon a time.
Head of security?
Yes.
Did you receive a paycheck?
Yes.
And who signed that paycheck?
It didn't get signed. It got sent from the company YSL to a bank account.
Okay. Did you have employees working under you?
No, I only pick, like when we go to different states, I only pick the security guards. And if they weren't doing their job properly, I sent them on too.
Where did you pick the security guards from?
From whatever security company they had.
Okay. When you say from whatever security company they had, who is the they that you are referring to?
Whatever security company in that state we was in.
Okay.
I don't remember the company's names or none of that.
How long was it your job to pick security personnel for Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams?
Overruled.
I don't recall the testimony being that he did security for Mr. Stillwell.
I mean, he said he worked on tour with all of them. My recollection is that he worked on tour for all of them as head of security.
Well,
so, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe or ask him to
flesh
clarify.
that out some more.
Okay. When you said that you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams worked together, would you please tell the jury what that consisted of?
Well, I worked it for Mr. Jeffrey Williams, not Mr. Kendrick or Shannon Jackson.
And just to clarify, you mean Shannon Stillwell, who is also known as Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. So What were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell doing while you were working security for Mr. Williams?
Kendra's an artist,
Okay.
and Shannon used to be with us, but trying to become an upcoming artist.
Is it fair to say then that Mr. Kendrick was performing while you were?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell was doing what exactly while you were working?
He probably doing other things like selling merch for Jeffrey Williams, setting up the merch,
Now, when you say the merch, what is it that you're meaning?
like selling T-shirts, hats.
And were those T-shirts and hats merchandise with the name Jeffrey Williams on it or something else?
YSL.
So when Mr. Stillwell was on tour with you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams, was that his only job to sell merch?
No, we all did different things. We probably like helped with the clothing. We all did different things. We all just supported Jeffrey in any way we could.
And is it fair to say you want the best for each of them?
I never want the worst for anybody on this earth.
And when you say you all supported Jeffrey in any way that you could, what are the ways that specifically you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Stillwell supported Mr. Williams?
The record label. We supported the music.
How?
What you mean, how?
Did you just testify that you all supported Mr. Williams in any way that you could?
Yes, by helping him get his clothes together, what he was going to wear, help him sell his clothing for his business.
And those items of clothes, did they each have the name YSL on it, or did they have something else?
He got different clothes.
Okay. What are some of the other names that would appear on his clothes?
He have what they call Spider.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you know, or did Spider have any meaning to you for it to appear on Mr. Williams' clothes?
I didn't know the meaning of Spider. I just seen the clothing.
You never talked about it with anybody?
No, I don't have them discussions.
When you say you don't have them discussions, what discussions are you talking
I
about?
don't have discussion about his clothing line and what the meaning of his clothing line.
Even though you're selling it?
Yes.
Did you ever hear any one of those three gentlemen talking about the clothing line or
No.
the meaning?
I just only know what YSL means.
Where is it that you all sold the items of clothing with YSL and Spider on it?
Anywhere in the venue. Wherever they had us to set up in the venue. Same way you got me sitting here. Wherever they set up and tell us to set up at, we set up at.
All right. And who is it that would tell you where to sit up?
Whoever's over the venue.
Understood. Now, did you tell me how long you had been working as head of security for Defendant Williams?
I don't remember the exact time, but I can't tell you exactly how many years, how long it was.
Do you remember the last time that you worked at a venue as head of security for Mr. Williams? The year, generally speaking.
I want to say 2019.
And what venue was that?
We went a lot of places. I don't remember. We went so many places. I don't remember exact everyone you trying.
Did Mr. Williams give you access to places that you had not gone before?
I've been places without Mr. Williams.
I understand.
On my own.
Understood. My question, though, is did Mr. Williams give you access to any places that you had not gone before?
No.
And the last time being generally in 2019, do you remember what occasion that was that you worked at?
I don't remember Where we went so many places. We went to Utah. We went to so many places. It was unreal.
Did you work as Mr. Williams head of security in 2009?
No, I don't even think Mr. Williams is famous yet.
When did you start working as head of security?
I want to say, when was his first tour? The rodeo, was it 2015?
So I heard you reference, when was his first tour?
It was 2015.
Is that late 2015, mid or early 2015?
I don't recall. I don't know if it was the middle when it started. All that I remember, him and Travis Scott was on tour together.
Okay. So before then, did you and Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Williams hang out for any reason other than work?
Could you ask that question again?
Yes. Before then, did you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams hang out for anything other than work?
We partied together. I said that already.
And would you party only at clubs?
Sometimes we sit at Mr. Williams' house and enjoy ourselves.
And before you did the tour that you mentioned in 2015, did you work in any way for Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, or any other defendant whom I've named today?
When I met Jeffrey Kendrick, I didn't know Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell when I first met Jeffrey.
Understood. In 2014, did you perform any work with either of the persons that I've just mentioned?
No.
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015 that you mentioned, did you work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you repeat that?
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015, did you work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you break that down so I can really understand that one?
Did you testify that you began working as head of security for Mr. Williams, starting with his rodeo tour?
Yes, in 2015.
Right. Thank you, because that was my next question. Was it in 2015? So before then, did you work for Mr. Williams doing anything?
No.
Okay. And before then, did you work for or with Mr. Kendrick doing anything?
I never worked for or with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. And before then, did you ever work either for or with Mr. Stillwell doing anything?
No, it don't make any sense to ask the same thing. I told you already, I did never work for Kendrick or Stillwell. Why would you ask the same question?
I understand your frustration, but
I'm
I'm
not
asking you for
frustrated.
the jury's sake.
I'm
okay?
not frustrated.
All right.
Oh.
Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015? Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically, are you a part, or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you, and told you YSL is not a gang.
Then if you could say yes or no.
No.
Have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
I just said no.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members or associates?
You said, do they have 3 or more associates?
Let's start with members. Does YSL have 3 or more members?
Working members?
Does the organization, we'll call it, have 3 or more associates?
What you mean by associate?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
All right.
Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
What you mean by identifier? You gotta be more specific when you asking the question.
Of course. Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because they wear all type of colors. You said they have specific color?
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL.
No, not that I know
Okay. What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any common or use any common hand signals?
of. Have I seen 3 or more of them use the hand signal?
My question is, do the 3 or more members of YSL that you just referenced, do they use common hand signals?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the common hand signals they use.
What you mean?
You just said yes.
I'm
Did you
saying,
not?
What you mean? I can't explain to you the hand signal, but I know it if I see it.
Can you show the jury?
I can't show them.
Why not?
It's not an individual handshake.
I didn't ask you about a handshake.
That's what you said.
No, I said hand signals.
Oh, I don't see use all type of signals. I don't know.
Would you tell the jury which ones that you do know of?
I don't know of one.
What one do you know of?
You throw the Y, the S, and the L up.
Show the jury how to do that, please.
Like that.
I'm sorry, I missed it. And where is the Y, the S, and the L in what you just held up?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I just see the hand signal be thrown.
Would you please hold that up and hold it for a second?
Could you see it?
How do you know that that is a YSL if you don't know where the Y, the S, and the L are?
I don't know where it's at. I just don't see it sitting. I never even try to figure out why the SL is.
Then how do you know that it stands for YSL?
Because I don't see moves of places.
YSL.
I don't know, Ms. Love.
You don't know?
No.
How long have you seen that hand signal being used?
I don't know how many years have I seen it being used.
When would you say the first time you can recall seeing it being used is?
When he started saying he was going to have his own label called YSL.
When you say when he, who are you referring to?
And that's what Jeffrey Williams' label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
No, I don't remember.
Do you know when it is that Defendant Williams established a record label called YSL?
He been saying it for years. That's what he wanted his label to be, but I don't know exactly what year that it was officially copyrighted, if that's the right word.
Are you familiar with the young man by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
What do you call him?
Slug, tick, what?
And how long have you known Tick or Slug?
A long time, too. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but I've been knowing him a long time, too.
Generally around what year did y'all meet?
I probably say around the same time I met Mr. Williams.
And under what circumstances did you meet?
In the park.
Who introduced you to Mr. Stevens?
Nobody introduced me. I was come around, and once they started saying names, I started remembering names. Once they started calling each other names, I started remembering names.
Who is the they that started calling each other names?
People in the park.
And so who were some of those people?
Jeffrey would call him Slug. You had a couple of more people.
So is it fair to say that you met Mr. Stevens through Defendant Williams?
I wouldn't say I met him through, because Jeffrey Williams never came to me and said, well, this Slug and this T. So I didn't meet him through Jeffrey Williams.
Okay.
I met him just being around.
And did you ever hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
How often did you hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Not often.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Stevens when you first met him?
Me and Mr. Stevens had a great relationship, but we didn't hang around. Each other like that.
Has anything happened to sour your relationship with Mr. Stevens?
No.
Is there anyone within YSL that you do not have a great relationship with?
No.
To your knowledge, who all is a member of YSL?
What you mean by a member?
Well,
You got to be more.
earlier, did you testify that YSL has 3 or more members?
Yeah, I said business-wise.
And what did you mean when you testified it has 3 or more members? What definition did you have in mind when you gave that testimony?
Is it against the law to be a member of?
Now, Mr. Sledge, I'm curious about something. Did you hear me at any time bring up a crime?
I say it's against. I never said you brought up a crime. Ask the question.
Why did you ask me that question?
Because I want to know specific what you're trying to get at. Or could you just get on that what you're trying to get at?
Would you please tell the jury what difference the answer to your question makes as it pertains to what 3 or more members of YSL you know about?
You said 3 or more members I know about.
Yes. My last question was, why did you ask me, is it against the law to be a member?
I already told you 3 members I knew.
Thank you. Would you please name those 3 members that you know?
Stevenson, William, and Kendrick.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury why you asked me, is it against the law to be a member?
I was asking you a question like you asked me a question.
I hear you.
No
I'm asking,
reason.
do you
No
understand
reason.
that?
I don't have a reason why I asked you that question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer it?
I would like you. Is that-
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
That's not an objection. Just ask your question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Would it be fair to say you met him around 2006, 2007 then?
No. Mr. Williams is what? 33 and I'm 43. So I met him 2009, I remember, because I just got out of prison.
Okay. Did you meet him at the park too?
Yes,
Okay. And did you meet his mom, dad, and sisters after you met him or before?
after.
And was that just going to his house and stuff like that?
Me and Jeffrey Williams hung together, so that's how.
How often did you all hang together, as you put it?
When we was younger,
Start there, please.
a lot.
How do you describe a lot?
Every other day, every day. What?
Did you consider him your best friend?
No, I don't have a best friend.
Was he as close as you get to having a best friend?
I looked at him as a little brother.
Okay. Is it fair to say you loved him?
Why not?
I don't know why not. I'm just
Yes, I love him.
Okay. Do you feel the same way about Mr. Stillwell
Yes,
and Mr. Kendrick?
yes.
Do you feel the same way about anyone else in this courtroom today?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom.
Understood. Do you love anybody else in this courtroom today?
You're supposed to love everyone in the world.
I agree. Do you specifically love anyone else in this courtroom?
I can answer, I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom. I can't tell you that I love anyone else because I never had a personal relationship with them.
Okay. Do you love Demekion Garlington?
Yes,
Do you love Quindarius Zachary?
yes,
Do you love Kenneth Copeland?
yes,
Do you love them all, the ones that you said you love? Do you love them all equally?
yes.
Are you equally as close with one as you are the other of those people that you love?
No.
Who are you closest with?
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury of those 3 or more members of YSL that you described, if there is any particular language that they have in common or that they use, other than average run-of-the-mill English?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes. Of the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of, are there is there any particular language or words that they use that is besides the run-of-the-mill common English language you'd find in a dictionary?
Object to run-of-the-mill you find in the dictionary? Nobody speaks like a dictionary.
Overruled.
I can't say because the whole world speaky bunny, so I can't, like you said, in a dictionary. I wouldn't know what's in a dictionary. I don't look in a dictionary.
Okay.
So I don't know if the word you're looking for in the dictionary or it's not in the dictionary.
The word slime. Have you heard of the word slime?
They got a whole place called slime. They got a slime event. So, yeah, I don't heard the word slime. You got a play thing that you could take your kids to for the slime thing. So, yes, I have heard that word.
Have you heard members of YSL call each other slime?
I done heard people not YSL call each other slime.
That's okay. Have you heard members of YSL
Yes.
call each other?
Yes.
Now, have you called members of YSL slime?
Yes.
Now, when you called members of YSL slime, were you talking about that big old play thing that kids play on?
Miss Love, come on now. We ain't gonna.
Jury doesn't know.
We're not.
So you have to be
Of
clear.
course, I know they know. They no different from me and you. Come on, that ain't no question.
Tell the jury what you were referring to when you called
I wasn't
people.
referring to the play thing.
Okay. So what significance does the word slime have?
It's just a slang word we use towards each other.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
The whole world, not just the Pacific people. The whole world. I call people slime that I don't even know. People be walking down the street, be like, "What's up, slime?"
And when you use it, what do you mean?
It's just a slang word for the streets.
How do you what does it mean though?
I don't know the meaning of it. The whole world, I guess it's slime like it what it meant for itself, slime. The whole world slime to me.
So are you able to tell us anything about what you feel it means?
I feel it means no one can be trusted. That's what I feel.
Fair enough. And is that a phrase that members of YSL, I'm not talking about the whole world, just members of YSL, uses amongst themselves?
Why you want to say they just use amongst themselves when I just said the whole world use? You try to make it seem like it's just about them using it when it's not just them using it.
Understood. But I still have to know, is that a word that members of YSL use amongst themselves?
I don't know how to answer that question because I thought I already answered.
Are you the only member of YSL that uses the word slime?
No.
Okay.
That's a better question.
Thank you. Who else within YSL have you heard use the word slime?
The ones I've been around.
Who in this courtroom have you heard use the word slime?
Jeffrey, yeah, Stillwell.
Okay. Are they the only ones?
Yeah, because I never had another conversation with anyone like that.
Thank you. Now, would you please tell the jury who you know within YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the street rep of YSL?
I don't know anyone that try to increase YSL. I don't know anyone try to increase YSL.
Did you understand my question?
You said, or could you repeat it?
Yes. would you please tell the jury what members of YSL you know who have committed crimes to increase the street rep of YSL?
I can't really say
Why not?
because I don't know anyone in this courtroom have committed a crime.
Fair enough. Any member of YSL that you know of who has committed crimes to increase the street reputation of YSL?
Could you put your question, could you make it better where I can understand what you're saying?
Who do you know that has committed a crime for YSL?
For YSL?
Yeah.
Nobody.
So who do you know who has committed a crime to boost the reputation of YSL?
Nobody.
Who do you know? Do you know what the word notoriety means?
No.
Do you know what notorious means?
No.
When I say street credibility, do you know what that means?
I have an idea of what you're saying about credibility.
What is your idea of what I'm saying about street credibility?
Like basically they commit crimes to try to boost the name up of YSL. But I don't think that was the case.
Okay. Now, you're saying that you know of no one within YSL who has ever committed a crime to increase the notoriety, street credibility, or reputation of YSL?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't know a person that claimed YSL had committed a crime, but I'm saying they didn't do it in the name of YSL.
Now, thank you for clarifying, but my question is, who do you know that has committed a crime to increase either the notoriety, the street credibility, or the reputation of YSL?
I don't think it was for the reputation or the street credibility of YSL. I just think the crimes were committed by what happened to them and they did it on their own. I don't think it was because of YSL, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm not. I'm asking you only what I specifically said.
I don't know the answer to that question.
At any point over the past 2.5 years, have you known the answer to that question?
No.
Do you recall whether on December 28th, 2022, you knew the answer to that question?
And when I try to correct you on that answer, you wouldn't let me correct you on the answer, so.
First, we're gonna get an answer from you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
First, I'm gonna ask you to answer the question, and then we'll get to what you just said, okay?
If you want to say on the plea agree, yeah, I initiate on that.
Okay, so my question is, on December 28th, 2022, did you know of 3 or more members of YSL that have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
My answer gonna be the same.
What is your answer?
When I try to get my lawyer to refer, I throw.
I just need, I'll let you explain,
no,
I promise.
No.
All right, hold on. Okay, but he's not answering the question that she asked. So she's entitled to say answer the question that I asked. And she
That is
has
exactly.
already said that she's going to let him explain that in just a minute. Go ahead.
So will you please answer or tell the jury if on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
That's up to the court.
You may. We're going to take a recess. Y'all go ahead and use the restroom if you need to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're taking a recess too.
10-4. If you could you just run the tag through CAD, see if anybody's gotten out with it already, or if it was left here on a 95 or something.
10-4, stand by.
Let's see if there's anything else they're talking about. Appalachian High School. The latest.
At Appalachia High, about 1,900 or so students at Appalachia High. So it's a pretty big student body. And you can see the number of cars there, students and staff, cars, people who would have shown up for a typical Wednesday school day. But this day is turning out to be anything but typical. If there's about 19.
School lockdown.
I'm not seeing any history for it.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome. If you get it the like
10-4.
button.
Was the person that called the property owner?
Trying to find out more information as we go.
What do you want to say now?
Again,
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, 243 Highway 100.
No more. On
I
South
know,
Park
Kenny.
Street,
Yeah.
1301, South Park Street at Goodwill for diabetic. 65-year-old
Appalachia
female,
High,
conscious and
so
breathing.
it's a pretty
She's
big
completely
student
alert.
body,
She's behaving
and
normally.
you can
She is
see
breathing
the
normally.
wow.
Can you send to Burwell 44 Sand Hill, please?
Multiple shots fired. Okay.
44 is clear.
Damn, that's crazy. Let me see what I can find on Facebook, what they're saying. Active shooter. Okay. Students cleared to be released to parents. Okay. Let me hold on to this live feed. That's a good live feed. This is the times that we're in right now. School shootings, mass shootings. You can't send your kids to school.
Dispatch 953.
I didn't think about that. Maybe might be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sending that 88 back to your CAD from earlier. I walked that gentleman through how to take that blocker off his phone. Hopefully you can get through.
10-4. Ma'am.
Clear.
Yes.
Did you testify earlier that the statement that I read to you during my question is a statement you made? Did you make that assertion on December 28th, 2022? Is that something that you said yes to?
Yeah, but I didn't make that question or that answer. That was your question and your answer. And when I was trying to correct you on that, you wouldn't let me correct you on it.
Now you're pointing at something that may or may not be referenced in a moment.
Yeah.
parents running down the street trying to get to the school. They also had to park about a mile away where Chelsea had to park as well. Again, police are still barricading the area off so people aren't able to just come right up to the school where they are and park. They're parking a mile away and running to get to their children right now. She's saying of the parents. She said she's seen people crying out there. She says that a mom came up to her sobbing, asking if we knew anybody who'd been confirmed as one of the victims. And again, no victim information has been released at this point, but that just gives you an idea of how terrifying this is for anybody who has a loved one who attends Appalachia High School right now. Again, we're going to have a live report so Chelsea can give you what happened straight from her mouth, from what she's seen.
To try to do the work of getting the facts, getting the information that we need so that we can share it with you. Chelsea Bimefore, one of those reporters who has just arrived at the scene. I know you've spoken with some loved ones of students there at the school. Chelsea, fill us in. What are you seeing and what can you share?
Well, Rick, we're on Tom Miller Road. This is about a half a mile from the high school. We had to park up here on the top of this hill about a mile away. You can see some other people walking towards us, likely parents of students here trying to come and pick their children up. Because there are so much law enforcement here and so much going on, they're asking parents to park up there too and walk down this road to get their children. So we've spoken to several of these people as they've been making their way towards the high school. First, we spoke with an older sister who says she got a frantic call from her younger sister who's a freshman at Appalachia High School. She said, "There's a shooter. We're out on the football field. Can you please come pick me up?" Then we spoke to a grandmother who says her freshman grandson was in the room where someone got shot. She said her daughter was already here picking her grandson up, but she wanted to also come and make sure he was okay. Again, we have no idea how many fatalities there have been, but the sheriff's office is saying there are multiple casualties. So again, I want to give you a look at some of the parents that are coming down the street here. This is about a half a mile from the high school. They're a little bit further away, but as they keep walking down here, we will try to speak with some of them about what they're seeing and hearing. And just one more thing before we toss it back to you guys. As quickly as possible, guys.
All right, Chelsea Bimefore live there on the scene, and I can only imagine what it's like for those parents and siblings.
This is tough. This is a tough situation. Anybody who has a child can certainly understand what these parents must be feeling as they are running a mile to get to the school to find out if their loved one is one of these victims. We do know that several victims have been taken to the hospital, to area hospitals. So certainly some parents who may have been notified may be showing up there. We do know that someone has been airlifted to Grady Memorial Hospital. That means their injuries must have been very serious to need to be airlifted instead of being taken via a vehicle to get to the hospital nearby that area. And it's tough. You might hear our voices breaking a bit because this is hard. We understand these are children that we're talking about here, children in our area who've just either suffered something so horrible or they've witnessed it and they will never be the same after this. So it is a tough day. Chelsea, if we still have you there, if you're able to see what road you're on, it seems like some parents are having some success getting that way. Do you know if parents are being told to come where you are or if they have just come that way trying to get to their kids any way that they can? What can you tell us?
Well, Lana, here comes another police car right now that was an unmarked car, so I'm not sure what agency it is, but that's another thing we've seen here. This is Tom Miller Road, about half a mile from the high school. We've only been out here about 20 minutes, but we've just seen several of these police cars race by. We've actually seen 2 ambulances as well coming down this street. So as far as where parents are being told to park, I don't think there's a precise direction. They're coming from all over the place. So again, there's another entrance on the other side of the school and the back side of the school. But from where we are on Tom Miller Road, they were being asked to park at an intersection just up the street and walk about a mile down towards Appalachia High School. Again, here come 2 more police cars. These do appear to be Georgia State Patrol vehicles that are passing. Excuse me, it looks like there's 4 of them. A very large law enforcement presence out here. We know Georgia State Patrol is here, the GBI is here, the FBI is involved, and of course the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and Winder Police Department all on scene as well. We've also seen Lawrenceville Police Department cars making their way down towards Appalachia High School.
Chelsea, these cars that we see, the law enforcement vehicles, are they heading to the school or away from the school?
The ones that you just saw zooming past us are actually heading away from the school. So, unclear where those are going, but we are being told that one suspect is in custody. So, of course, they have a lot more investigating to do here as well, trying to figure out what the motive was behind this and what led up to the shooting.
We should mention, when you see we have the word casualties on the screen right now, when police talk about casualties, that could mean that someone has been killed or injured.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that that the person, the casualty, is dead. It could be someone who has been killed or injured. And so the number of casualties at this point, we don't know. We have not gotten that information, but we have seen so many ambulances. Adam was talking about 6 to 8 ambulances that he had witnessed himself, just sort of, speeding away from the scene. We also did witness someone put it into a helicopter and choppered to Grady Memorial Hospital. This is video, not live, but video of one of those airvacs, the one that has a patient in it that left the scene. This is probably about an hour or so ago that this took place. And so the original calls, just to catch you up here at 12:40 on this Wednesday afternoon, the original calls came in just after 10:20 this morning. Reports of gunfire at Appalachia High School. Police then responded to those calls, and we've gotten this statement from the Barrow County Sheriff's Department as we take a look at these live pictures of parents walking to the campus of Appalachia High School to be reunited. They're praying with their children. That at approximately 10:23, officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire EMS personnel were dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. One suspect is in custody and casualties have been reported. Details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time. And again, this is video. These are not live pictures. This is video that we've been gathering over the last 90 minutes or so since we first went on the air with this, showing you the scene, which at various times has been active or I don't want to say inactive, because obviously there's a lot going on there. Right. But we've seen a lot of law enforcement sort of walking around without the sense of urgency that you would expect if there was an active shooter still at large. And when we say that there's one person in custody, we don't know whether or not there are any other suspects that they're looking for. So again, a lot of information we don't know, a lot of rumors flying around on social media. We're going to stick to the facts and report that to you as we take a look at these pictures. Again, video from moments ago, not live, of that law enforcement officer who was armed walking towards the building, some of the other law enforcement vehicles that were brought to the scene.
And as far as that one suspect who is in custody right now, we have not been given any information about that person as well. So we don't know whether that is a man, a woman, whether that was a student, whether that was a random person who made their way onto the school. There have been 0 confirmed reports from law enforcement as to who the suspect is Same story for the victims. No confirmed reports of who the victims are as of 12:41 right now. But Chelsea, we want to get back to you because you are the only person right now who is standing anywhere near parents seem to be able to get close enough to the school to find their children. We know you've talked to multiple parents or grandparents of students at the school. Can you tell us what you've heard?
Well, guys, we are trying to talk to more families as they come down this hill here on Tom Miller Road. These are actually some other media outlets and news crews that are walking towards us right now. But behind them, it does look like there are some more families. So it's just been incredibly emotional in the very short time that we've been out here. You know, we spoke to 2 families who had made contact with their students or their grandchildren and knew that they were okay and that they were on the football field and that's where they were heading to pick them up. But then we spoke to another mother who had not heard from her son. She said he's a senior. She said, do you know the names of the students involved? Which, of course, we don't have that information yet, as all of this is still very active. But she was very shaken up, trying to get to the school as quickly as possible. Again, these parents are having to park about a mile away and walk down here in order to pick their students up from the football field or outside the school. Again, we're going to try to speak to some of these parents if one of them would be willing to speak with us on live TV. So we'll get back with you in just a second.
All right, Chelsea, we'll let you go and do that as we get everybody caught up to speed here at 12:43. On this Wednesday afternoon, you're taking a look at a map where there has been a school shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County, Winder, that is northeast, about an hour north of downtown Atlanta. There has been a shooting with multiple casualties, and a suspect is in custody. That's about what we know and what we've been able to confirm right now. The call came in to law enforcement at around 10:23. Law enforcement from multiple jurisdictions arriving at the scene, state, local, federal law enforcement there, as students were evacuated to the football field to be in a safe location while law enforcement worked at the scene and all of this unfolded. We've seen one person airlifted away in a helicopter, taken to Grady Memorial Hospital. We've seen a number of other ambulances speeding away from the scene, presumably taking patients to local hospitals, where we have gotten reports of people showing up, patients showing up with gunshot wounds. Again, we're working to confirm the details on exactly how many people we're talking about and exactly what state, what's going on right now in terms of the investigation and whether or not there are any more suspects that are being looked for. But again, it's a terrible scene unfolding this morning in Metro Atlanta, where this epidemic in our country of school shootings has hit home, very close to home in Metro Atlanta today.
This is a tough day, and it has been heartbreaking watching these parents run down the street trying to get as close as they can to their kids. As far as we know, nobody is being allowed on the campus other than law enforcement personnel right now. So parents have just been in a long line of cars near the school waiting to see when they'll be allowed onto the campus to ensure their child is not one of these victims. And we've seen other parents just parking, we're told, a mile away and walking down the street to get as close as they can. We have several reporters on scene right now to make some sense of this because we want to make sure we give you the facts. We want to give you information from people who are there right now and people who have dug into information that is verified. So we have Chelsea Bimefort on scene, Yasmina Alston has just arrived on scene, and Adam Murphy is on scene. They are all there gathering information right now. We also have Andy Parati in studio. Andy, we know you've dug into a lot of information as far as this situation goes. So what can you tell us this afternoon?
Yeah, so what you're likely looking at in the images seeing on the screen is an action plan that the school and local law enforcement have put in place. And that's because once a year, schools are required to do active shooter drills. And that's according to a law that went into effect last year that requires active shooter training drills once a year at the school district. The law also requires schools to report completion of the drills to the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Also, schools are required to create a school safety plan to reduce the growing incidence of gun violence in schools, as we've been talking about, and also the creation of a state-approved school safety and anti-gang program, training teachers who want to volunteer to identify potential gang activity. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, unfortunately, as we all know, this is not the first gun incident in Georgia or United States in general. According to national numbers, so far this year, there have been 133 gun-related incidents so far this year. 38 of those resulted in fatalities, 81 injuries. Again, we're not talking about specifically Georgia. This incident, we're talking about national numbers nationwide so far this year. We don't know whether there were any metal detectors in place at this school, but we do know, according to the student code of conduct that we reviewed, that the school's conduct does have the ability, the school does have the ability to use handheld metal detectors if they suspect a student or someone else at the school may be carrying a weapon. So just some added perspective as we're looking at these images, that you are looking likely at an action plan in place that the school and local law enforcement have been working on for years, especially since the school and the state implemented that new law last year requiring active shooter drills at least once a year. Those drills are required to be conducted at least by October 1st, guys.
Andy, we appreciate that context. As we take a look at this video from earlier, these are not live pictures from the scene. This is video that we've gotten over the last hour and a half or so. One of our reporters who's there at the school in front of Appalachia High is Adam Murphy. Adam, fill us in. What are you seeing now?
All right, Rick, so we actually moved to a new location. We're actually on the front lawn area of Appalachia High School. You can see the law enforcement vehicles behind us. That's the front of the school you're looking directly at. We moved into this area because we have been told by law enforcement that this is where they will gather and hold a news briefing. We have not been given a time for that news briefing, but we have repositioned ourselves to be in place once they come out and provide some updated information. I can tell you, if you look to your left, you will notice the football stadium kind of behind the school, and that is where all the students were taken once there was an active shooter reported and the school went down, or went on lockdown, I should say. Everybody was taken from the inside of the school back over there to the football stadium and the stands, and that is where we've seen many parents making their way over there to check on their children. I have had an opportunity to speak with a few parents and others who have children that attend this school. One woman just moments ago declined to talk on camera, but did tell me in a very emotional response that it's been a very difficult day for her loved one that was in the school, and out of respect for the child, she decided that it was probably not best to discuss what she may have experienced or witnessed. And that's kind of the theme I've run into here. I think everybody's still in shock, as you would imagine. I mean, it's such a traumatic thing. You know, you talk about anyone that has children. I mean, this is definitely a worst case, worst nightmare scenario for any parent to have to deal with. And so we're just trying to make sure that we respect their space, but also provide any updated information as it becomes available. Again, several law enforcement agencies are here. We've heard multiple reports that we know one individual, right, was arrested and taken into custody, you know, as a potential shooter. But we don't know if there were others involved. And we have seen a number of rescue units, emergency personnel, ambulances come and go throughout the afternoon. Now, we've sort of reached a bit of a stall or a quiet point here where there hasn't been a lot of activity. I reported earlier that there was a helicopter that flew in and it transported at least one individual earlier and then came back, but it's still sitting out on the front lawn near the flagpole and has not left since we reported that over a half an hour ago. So I think it's probably here in the event that it needs to take anyone to a level 1 trauma center like Grady in an emergency situation, but it still remains here. That chopper does, that medic unit. So we're going to continue to hold tight here, see if we can speak with any other parents that are arriving, and also hope that we get some new information from law enforcement very soon. And as soon as that happens, we will carry that live for you right here on Atlanta News First, guys.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. Yeah, as a parent of high school students myself, not at this school, but in Fulton County, It is difficult to report on these types of situations, and I know from my own kids that they do go through these active shooter drills, not just high school students, but through all ages of kids here. They go through these active shooter drills where the school lets parents know, tomorrow we're going to be doing this, just so you know, your child's going to be taking part in one of these drills. And so this is something that schools prepare for, and of course this is something, as we were hearing from Andy, that law enforcement prepares for, that is mandated by law. We also will wait for some information on SROs, school resource officers, who are assigned to this school. We don't know exactly what their role was in the response to this, but often, they are the first responders because they're there when an emergency actually takes place, as opposed to other law enforcement that has to arrive at the scene. And we know from the terrible situation in Parkland, Florida, for example, where the school resource officer did not go into the school after hearing gunshots. So that was a big controversy, understandably, that involved lawsuits, in fact, in Parkland, Florida. But take a look at these pictures now. You can see that chopper that Adam was talking about that had flown a patient earlier to Grady Memorial Hospital and then flew back. It looked like the same chopper, the one that we saw take off earlier. So it might, in fact, be that same helicopter that has not been loaded up with any additional patients to transport at this point. We are hearing from the White House press office that President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor on the tragic shooting at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia, and the administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. That is the statement from the White House. And so the president has been briefed, and we have seen FBI, federal law enforcement there on the scene amongst all the other law enforcement officers.
And we have Atlanta News first anchor Brooks Baptiste standing by as well. Brooks, you have more information about what Atlanta's mayor has said. Actually, we just lost Brooks, but I can tell you that Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens released a statement moments ago, and it says, "My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with Chief Shearbaum, and the Atlanta Police Department has been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of an abundance of caution. APD has also been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead." And it has obviously been a very difficult day for the parents and loved ones of students and staff at this school as everybody tries to make sense of what's going on here. Again, we have confirmed there are multiple victims involved in this shooting. Some were transported to local area hospitals there in Winder. One was airlifted to the hospital here in our area, to Grady Memorial Hospital, which we know is a level 1 trauma center. And some parents, it seems, may have had contact with their kids. Others are still trying to reach out to their kids. There's a lot of chaos and a lot of questions at this hour that we are here for you with team coverage as we sort these things out.
Yeah, and we're going to stick to the facts, what we've been able to confirm. We know that there's a lot being circulated on social media. We are going to report what we can tell you as fact, what we've gathered from our trusted sources. We do know, again, that one person is in custody. We don't know anything about the person in custody. We don't know if it's a male or a female or a student or a former student. We have no information on that at all. But one person is in custody according to law enforcement. And we've seen hundreds of students and faculty members brought to that football field right there on the screen. And this is where parents are being told to go to gather their students. And we have seen parents walking, some of them from a mile or so away, having had to park their car and walk on foot to get close enough to be able to get to the campus. This is video from a little while ago, not live, but we have seen a contingent of law enforcement officers. At one point here, we're seeing video of what looked like law enforcement officers entering into the school building in some type of active formation. But we didn't learn anything more about what happened once they got inside the building. So, as Lana said, there are a lot of questions. We're going to get you the answers. And when we can report something, we will do so. But we are not going to speculate at all at this point. Brooks Baptiste has been covering this story from the beginning. And Brooks, as we take a look at this video now, and we are waiting for more information, it really is just a tragic day. These kids now are part of a club that no kid wants to be a member of, to be a student at a school where there's been a school shooting.
Yeah, Rick and Lana, this is just an awful and terrifying situation. I think we could all agree there. We are getting a lot of reaction that is pouring into the newsroom, and we are bringing those statements to you directly. So we are told that President Joe Biden has spoken with his Homeland Security advisor. The White House says his administration is going to continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials. And that reaction is pouring in right now. Governor Brian Kemp saying that he is directing state resources to respond, and he's encouraging prayer. And prayer seems to be a common sentiment among most of the people who are speaking out about this awful situation here. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens also releasing a statement saying, quote, "My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with Chief Shearbaum, and the Atlanta Police Department has been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of an abundance of caution." Also been on standby. APD has been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. The mayor went on to say, "May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead." So again, guys, between the mayor, also several other officials speaking out right now, just calling for the community to come together in unity, as typically the community does, coming together in prayer and well wishes for all of those who have been impacted by this tragedy.
Yeah, Brooks, thanks for that. In the meantime, parents are worried right now. They are trying to get to their kids right now. So we want to take you back out live to Appalachia High School in Barrow County, where there are still students evacuated at the stadium. There are still a lot of parents trying to get to their kiddos. We have Chelsea Beimfor out there live with a witness. So Chelsea, you got a live interview for us. What can you guys tell us?
Yeah, Lana, we have been speaking with parents, but I want to bring in Mark Knotts. He's a witness. He lives across the street from the high school. You don't have any children, Mark, but you said that you live across the street, and just tell us what you heard this morning.
Well, this morning when I woke up, I heard gunshots, and several of them. I couldn't tell exactly how many, so I went outside to smoke my cigarette like I do every morning. And I noticed about 5 minutes after that, cop cars were everywhere. Surrounding counties, surrounding 6 counties were everywhere. I'm talking about 1,000 cop cars. And I knew something was seriously wrong. And then I seen all the cars pulling on the side of the road and everything. And I just, I pray that, everybody's all right. And the people that have passed away, if there has been anybody, I just pray for their families and everything. And like I said, I just had to get away, and I'm just commuting to the store real quick. So.
Shortly after you heard those gunshots, did people start coming out of the school?
It was crazy. Like it looked like I didn't really pay no attention to it at first. I was like, those sound like they were at the school. And I look over, and then the alarms started going off, like the school alarms, and people were going out around the school, and like they were doing like the drill, like the drill, fire drill stuff is what I seen. And then I knew something was seriously wrong. And you don't hear about that happening. You hear about it happening all around the world, but it just shows that it can happen anywhere. And
This community's pretty small, tight knit. I mean, it's usually pretty.
There's really no seriously gunplay or nothing like that goes on around Bethlehem. It hasn't been for years. It hasn't been that I can remember, and I'm 35 years old, so it's not really likely. So apparently, I don't know. I don't have no details, but apparently something was going on with somebody's mental. So that just shows that people need to be more aware of their children, if it was a child, about their mental state, because nobody never knows what the next man can do.
And those are details we're still trying to work out as far as what happened and what the motive may have been. But thank you so much, Mark, for your time. You as well. And Mark was telling us he lives right across from the high school. He says, of course, it's just been chaos out there this morning. All kinds of police officers, parents, children. He was actually walking towards us with his head down. He said, "I just need to step away from this for a little bit." He said he's walking up to the store to just take a breath. I mean, even people that really aren't involved involved with what happened at the school. This is a very highly emotional time for everybody in this community, guys.
Yeah, Chelsea, he mentioned mental health, and Representative Esther Panich actually did say that today. I know there's still a lot more emphasis on what has happened, but she did note for anybody affected or traumatized by what's happening right now at Appalachia High School, you can dial 988 and get help. This is such a horrible situation. And Chelsea, while we still have you here, I just wanted you to see if you could fill in what you've been hearing from parents. I know we don't have anybody who's willing to go live with you right now. As you can imagine, they are just trying to get to their babies and try to figure out what's going on there. But can you just fill us in of what you've heard from parents that you've talked to as they've rushed by you to get to the school?
Yeah, you know, we spoke with a grandmother who is very distraught. She was walking down the street here. Her grandson is okay, and she's so thankful that he's okay. But she said he was in the room where a classmate was shot. So she's very thankful that her grandson is doing fine. But she says, of course, mentally, this is going to be very hard and something he's not going to forget the rest of his life. We also spoke with another woman who said she was the older sister of a girl here that's 14 years old, and she was also racing down this street here to get there and pick her sister up. She said she was okay, but was completely shaken up. Said she got a phone call from her crying this morning saying there's an active shooter. Please come pick me up. And I think we do have some of that soundbite that we'll play for you now. Is she okay? Have you talked to her?
Yeah, I've talked to her. She's a little nervous. They're on the football field waiting on the parents to come get them. She's very nervous.
Did she hear the gunshot?
I don't know. She didn't tell me. She just called us to say, could you hurry up and come get us? There's an active shooter here. And my first thing was to make sure she was okay. Nobody was hurt. So that's my biggest concern.
When you heard there was an active shooter?
Yeah, my heart started beating. I was actually on my way to go to work. And then I just dropped everything and I just got in the car and I left. The traffic was so bad at the front. I was in the middle of the red light and people were blowing, but there was nothing I could do. So the main thing is to make sure these kids are okay. So
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You have a good luck. Be safe. And you can see we did that interview as she was, you know, almost jogging down to the school. This road here, Tom Miller Road, you can see people walking down it still at this hour, trying to get here, get off work and collect their children from the high school following the shooting that took place here this morning. Again, a lot of parents have made contact with their children and learned that they're okay, but we did speak with another mom who came up to us crying. She said she couldn't get in touch with her son, who's a senior here, was asking us for information, which of course we're still trying to get for everybody at home as well. We know that the sheriff's office is going to be holding a press conference shortly that Adam Murphy will be covering for us, guys.
All right, Chelsea, thanks very much. Your heart goes out to all the parents, that mom who dropped everything to rush. And thank goodness she was able to get in touch with her child who said she was okay. But again, the lasting trauma that these kids will experience as a result of having witnessed such a horrible act is something that will stay with them for a long, long time. There will be time to talk about, mental illness and gun control legislation, possible things that people always talk about after these types of situations. But of course, right now is the time to gather information and so that we can tell you exactly what has taken place. And so we'll leave those discussions for later as we work to learn more about multiple casualties, people who have been injured. We do not know the severity of the injuries. We do know that there are multiple people who have been injured or killed in this incident today, this school shooting in Barrow County. And we're hearing from a number of different adjoining neighboring school districts, sort of again offering their prayers and support, talking about some of the safety procedures that are in place in their schools. And again, a lot of these schools, all of these schools now are mandated to have certain, different barriers, things that have been put in, technology that has been created specifically because of this epidemic of school shootings to fortify school entryways, doors that lock automatically with the push of a button so that someone can't enter the building from a different location. Different special glass that's installed, bulletproof glass used to try to fortify these entryways And so, again, as we wait to learn more information about this, we'll also learn about some of the safety procedures that were in place at Appalachia High School and exactly how well that safety plan was actually, they were able to carry that out.
Because people will want to know if this could have been prevented. There are so few details out right now. All we know is that one suspect has been taken into custody. There have been no confirmed reports of any other suspects. So we do not know that either way at this point. We don't know the suspect's relation to the school. Is this a former student? Is it a current student? Is it someone who has no business being at the school? That is unconfirmed right now. We also don't have confirmation of how many victims or who those victims are. We are constantly updating our information out here. We're in contact with our producers and the reporters on scene. As soon as we get an update on that, we'll let you know immediately as we're live on air, trying to keep you posted as this is still an active situation. So we have multiple reporters on scene right now. Adam Murphy, Chelsea Beimfor. We have people in studio here, but we want to get to Yasmina Alston, who is also out there on scene. Yasmina, what can you see from where you are?
Well, Anna, I can tell you that we're about a half a mile from the high school. And if you look behind me, you can see that this is where one of those checkpoints is set up, where officials are letting people know where they need to go. We've seen a ton of parents that have been trying to drive a little bit closer to both the high school and the middle school that are over in this area to get their kids, to check on their kids. You can also see a ton of those families that are making that walk. It's about a mile walk to get from where you see a lot of those cars parked over there to get over to the high school. If you look over here, you can see that there are some people that, are seeing each other as they're making that walk over and checking on one another. These two women here, they just gave each other a hug. I'm assuming they have been looking for each other. And that's sort of what we've run into as we've been standing here and talking to families. They're looking for other people that they may know. They're looking for answers. They're looking for loved ones. Another thing we've run into is a lot of parents that have students at the middle school here on Heyman Morris Road, that middle school that's right next to the high school, because that school is also on lockdown. So you've got parents outside of that school sitting and waiting for answers, waiting to see when they can get their children. A lot of unanswered questions for families who just have no idea when they're going to be able to get their kids. We did have the chance to speak with one woman earlier, and she says that she got a frantic call from her sister who says that her nephew was in the high school at the time of the shooting, and he told his mom that he heard gunshots in the classroom next to his. He, of course, was locked down in his classroom, but that's a terrifying call, a terrifying text to get as a parent. That woman told us she immediately came over here to the school to try and get her nephew. When she got that call, she says, all sorts of emotions and thoughts ran through her mind. She tells us that's the one call, the one text that no parent, no family member ever wants to get coming from a student at the school. Again, what we're seeing right now is a lot of families, a lot of parents walking to try and get answers. And you can, of course, even from where we are, you can see the large law enforcement presence that is out here as well. And again, there is a checkpoint leading up to the school to tell parents where to go, to tell loved ones where to go. But many are just choosing to make that mile walk to get as close as they can in hopes of learning more about where their child may be.
Thank you, Yasmina. We have an update right now, and it's not a good one. We can confirm, the CBS News has confirmed with 2 law enforcement sources that 2 people are dead and possibly 4 injured. The suspect, again, is in custody. That part we knew, but this is new information confirmed by CBS News. 2 people are dead and possibly 4 more injured in this shooting today at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. You're taking a look at law enforcement that is now walking up to microphones to give us an update. Let's take a listen. We'll listen with you to what law enforcement has to say.
2 minutes.
All right, so that is a 2-minute warning. That is just so that the media can get itself ready for this news conference. And you can see there, I'm not sure exactly who that is. I'm going to guess it's the Barrow County Sheriff, but I don't.
Present and represented by Mr. Harris.
today for scheduled sentencing. You ready to proceed in this matter, Mr. Gustavus?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stay ready, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Katie, let me review the history of this case. You had an arraignment on this matter on July 25th, 2023, where you were informed that information had been filed against you by the state of Idaho, charging you with the crime of lewd conduct to the minor. You pled not guilty on that date. However, ultimately on May 15, 2024, you were found guilty at trial of the charge of lewd conduct with a minor. After the finding of guilt by a jury of your peers over the pre-sentence investigation report, along with the psychosexual evaluation, I have carefully reviewed that report. A copy has also been provided to your attorney. So let me first ask Mr. Katie, have you had a chance to review that pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes.
Mr. Gustavus, are there any parts of that report that need to be clarified or corrected?
No, Your Honor.
Are there going to be any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses or victim impact statement by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may go ahead with the victim impact statements or witnesses.
Thank you.
Either sit or stand. Sitting's fine.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yep. If you can tell me your full name for the record as well as spell your last name. I understand you're going to be making victim impact statement, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it written or?
I'm just going to read a portion of what I've submitted already.
All right, if you can make sure you move that microphone just a little closer, we can make sure we're recording this both digitally as well as the court reporter is going there. Go ahead, Mr. Gilmore.
Just wanted to write this. This whole thing has been one of the hardest things our family's ever had to go through. To see your daughter go through this and suffer the way she did, and then to come forward. I'm proud of her for that. Hurt that she had to experience these things and had to go through this. It's kind of beyond words what happened. I've known Shane. I've known him for 12 years. Basically, he was a friend of the family, a brother, as you could say. But to have this happen, I just our family, I just feel very violated. Our trust now with other people and especially other men that come around the house we're very skeptical of them. We don't want to trust them, and that's been a direct result of this happening to her. Other than that, I hope for Mr. Katie's sake that he is able to get the help that he needs to, I guess, take responsibility for his actions. And I hope our family can move on from this super strong. And I think this coming to a closure is gonna help her tremendously. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. DeVore. Appreciate that. Mr. Harris, any other victim impact statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Once again, if you could say your full name and spell your last name.
husband said, this whole ordeal has been really traumatic, obviously but for my entire family as well. I have 5 other children. I feel like Shane took advantage of our kindness, as we always welcomed him into our home. And after the reality of what happened had settled in, I felt like my kindness became my weakness, because if I hadn't been so kind, maybe none of this would happen. And I had to struggle with the guilt as her mom and shame that how could I have been so stupid and naive and so trusting that I couldn't protect her from this happening. And it ruined my trust. Everybody that we met became a potential threat. I couldn't even let my brother-in-law or my nephew, who helped raise, stay the night in our home anymore. They had to get hotels. And having to watch my daughter, who was already struggling with just normal teenage emotions and hormones, now struggle with this and PTSD, waking up from nightmares, shaking and screaming, and I couldn't hold her because not only did she want not just any male to touch her, she didn't want anybody to touch her at all, so I couldn't even comfort my own daughter. It even tainted going to say goodbye to my father, who was dying of cancer. It even ruined such a private moment when my dad reached out to Tiffany to try to hug her, and she stiffened up and pulled away. And that was a direct result of because of what happened. And watching all my kids suffer in different ways with guilt of maybe if I would have been home, or my oldest daughter told me maybe if I wouldn't have been acting out, maybe none of this would have happened. And even my younger ones, who are now 13 and 14, still extremely scared of the dark. And my 13-year-old now has facial tics because of high anxiety and still won't sleep in the bedroom or in a bed by herself. She has to sleep with her little sister because she's so terrified that a man is going to be under her bed. And even my youngest daughter, who is autistic, showed a lot of regression because autistic children need a lot of structure. And when this happened, it sent everything into a tailspin. And structure and routine kind of got thrown out the window as we tried to grapple with everything. I struggle at school, where she would call me crying from the bathroom, and it got so bad we ended up having to put a 504 in place at school and having safe words. If she had a teacher that was male, she had one teacher that resembled Shane, and she couldn't handle it. Anybody even looked like him at work, she'd get physically ill. She missed so much school. She pushed friends away. She pushed family away. It's been very hard watching her try to find the right therapist to open up to. I just hope that he gets the maximum sentence, just because he doesn't take any accountability for any of his actions or show any remorse. I just think that if given a chance, he will do so again, especially because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So I pray that he does get the help that he needs. But he took my daughter's innocence, and I'm so proud of him. Our roles kind of reversed at the end of May. So I was struggling really hard because I've become very overprotective of all of my kids and even their friends, wanting to just save everybody, and it got to be just too much. And she just told me, "Mom, you do so much for all of us and trying to help us, but maybe it's time you talk to somebody too, because it's not your fault." I'm just so proud of her. So I just want him to be accountable for his actions and just above all just deserves that justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. Mr. Harris, any other witnesses or anything to say?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Moore, you want to come forward? And if you want to just say your name, we've spelled it now twice, so just go ahead. All right, go ahead.
I'm not really sure where to begin with the situation and how it has affected me. I've struggled with trying to understand that none of what has happened was my fault. When it all first happened, I felt like pieces of me were stolen. My innocence and my self-worth. My self-worth was destroyed in those moments, and almost 3 years later, I'm still trying to repair something I didn't break. I feel like I can't talk to anybody about it because they can never understand how I'm feeling. Everyone tells me that I survived, and I did, but at what cost? My friendships with the people I'm close with were affected so severely, it's hard for me to be around them anymore. My relationship with people in my own family were also affected. My relationship with my siblings, I pushed them away from me during this time, and I still feel bad about it because I didn't do anything to deserve that. It's hard for me to hug my own father, grandfather, and uncles because all I can feel are his hands on me. As much as I want to be able to talk to my mother and father about what's happened, it's just too hard for me because the looks on their faces kill me inside. It hurts that my parents feel like they are the ones who should take the blame for this. A home is where you're supposed to feel safe, but because the situation occurred in my home, I no longer have that sense of security there. I struggled a lot with being able to sleep peacefully at night because I'll have nightmares about it that wake me up throughout the night. During the time this occurred, I was only 13 years old. I didn't tell anyone for almost a month what had happened to me. I was scared people wouldn't believe me. I was also about to start 8th grade, and I had been so excited I didn't want anything to get in the way of ruining my school year. School in general, since this has happened, has been extremely difficult for me. My grades suffer due to my mental health and as many days of school because I have become so depressed, it was difficult for me to even get out of bed. And while at school, all I could think about was what had happened, and I would have to leave class often to calm myself down. I still struggle with this to this day. I had felt so lost and alone after it happened, I resorted to coping mechanisms that were hurting my own body. I remember during the moments while it was happening, I so badly wanted to scream, kick, or do something to stop it, but my body and my mind were so frozen with fear and confusion I couldn't speak or move. This man had been such a close person to me at the time, and to figure out he had only been wanting to become close to me to do those things to me really hurt me. I felt so betrayed and used. I felt disgusting after it happened. I can still remember showering afterwards and trying so hard to scrub his hands off me. My relationship with God and my religion were wounded. I had and have a hard time going to church after it happened because I just didn't understand why what happened to me had to happen to me. A few people at school and at other schools had found out what had happened to me, and I would have strangers calling me and asking me what happened to me. Having random strangers call you and asking about something so traumatic that happened to you is traumatic itself, because I felt like now only everyone knew me for one thing, and for a while I had let that define me. So sometimes it feels like that's the only thing that does define me. Another thing that was hard was having to go on stand in front of strangers and go into detail about what happened. I felt so vulnerable and wanted to cry the whole time, but I also didn't want to express my emotion in the fear that I might mess something up. It was also so difficult not being able to have my own mom in the courtroom during one of my court dates. But it was also hard when both of my parents were in the room, because it felt so much harder to talk about what had happened to me with them there, because even they didn't know every single detail until I went up on stand. The looks in their faces as I would have to go into excruciating detail each night of what he did to me made me want to cry. I look back on what happened to me during that time to remember that I was only a child and he was a grown man. I was taken advantage of and used. After it happened, I had a feeling that I just needed to grow up faster so the trauma would maybe be easier to deal with if I had had the mindset of an adult. I wouldn't wish this upon anyone. It is truly so traumatic. It is something I have to deal with for the rest of my life. Because someday I might be able to heal from this, but I will never forget. And my 13-year-old self will always be in the back of my mind from when I would lay on my bedroom floor crying and screaming into pillows. Or from when I would be crying in the bathroom at school because I had kids asking me what happened. Or from when the boys in my grade would text me asking if it felt good. Those are just a small portion of everything I was feeling, had, and have to go through, and it was horrible. It is weird to think that my entire life was altered in the span of a few minutes. Writing this paper was even hard because it still affects me sometimes in ways I don't even know yet until it's happening. I also feel like what if I'm saying isn't enough. The amount of stress all this has caused me is insane. I feel like I have to walk on eggshells around myself. I have to watch what I do, what conversation I choose to listen on or be a part of because it sometimes still triggers me. Overall, the pain I suffered is irreversible, but I hope one day to heal from it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. Anything else, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor, no further victim impact statements.
All right. Before I now send this matter, then Mr. Gustavus, I'll let you argue on your client's behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. This matter went to trial, proceeded through 3 days of trial. There was a conviction at trial. Mr. Cady has submitted to a pre-sentence investigation as required and other evaluations as ordered by this court. Those have been filed and pursuant to Mr. Cady's review. We have no objections to that PSI, which we've already addressed. In discussion with Mr. Cady, he wishes me to submit to the court on the record that has been presented to the court and not to make any argument or of mitigation or recommendation to this court. Defense counsel is prepared to proceed and address those issues. However, at client's request, we submit to the court for its discretion. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cady, the court wants to ask you a couple questions just to make sure you understand your rights.
Okay.
All right. I'm not trying to incriminate you in any way on this. You understand that you have the right to have your attorney represent you at this hearing and to argue on your behalf. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand that that argument could contain mitigating factors, things that the court, even though I've had access to these reports, that your counsel could present an argument in such a way that would in fact mitigate the sentence and make it lighter for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand that your attorney can still argue on your behalf and you can still maintain your innocence?
Yes.
However, it's also my understanding, based on what your attorney just said, that you have instructed him that you do not want him to do that. Is that correct?
True.
And that even after this conversation now and with understanding this, that's still how you want to proceed today?
Yes.
Is to not have him make any argument on your behalf?
Yes.
All right. I need to ask some questions of your attorney as well at this point. And then I may come back to you depending on what those answers might be, okay? Mr. Gustavus, you understand that you can, well, do you understand all the questions I ask of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you can still present argument even though he's asked you not to?
I understand that.
And that you're making that decision after consulting with him and as well as considering your own ethical obligations and considering this in the best way to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's you're going to waive any mitigating, any argument as to your client's behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Katie, do you have any questions or concerns about anything that your attorney said or that the court has asked you of today?
No.
And it's my understanding you wish to waive any mitigation argument and just have the state argue and the court pronounce sentence. Is that how you want to proceed today?
Yes.
Even though you understand you have the right to do all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Gustavus?
No, Your Honor, I have calculated 100 days of credit for time served.
Did you say 100 days?
100, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Harris, pointing out sentence, so let's the state argue its position.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll begin with a thought. Each time I read the reports in this case, I considered the words of a singer, songwriter, political satirist, Phil Collins, as he was on the verge of losing his fourth wife. He said, I started to think, maybe it's me. At some point, when you deal with a lot of disappointment in life, you have to kind of figure out what your involvement in that disappointment could be. We've heard the victim statements, and I can't say any more than they have said. The reality is they're left thinking, what could I have done? What was my part that I played in this terrible event? And I note that as I read the pre-sentence investigation, that under the defendant's version, he stated that in 2000 he had an ex-wife that was mad, made a report to get him in trouble. In 2004, he was getting stolen property, but he didn't have permission to be on the property to recover his property. By 2012, he was accused of abuse. There was no evidence. And then 2018, an ex-girlfriend assaulted him. He called the police, but he was blamed. So it seems that theoretically a lot of things happen, but they're never his fault. I noted that when I reviewed a little deeper that Mr. Katie has been twice divorced. A third long-term relationship ended. Those relationships resulted in 3 children that he has no contact with at this point. And in reviewing his write-ups on those are also the results of drug users and junkies and not his fault. The defendant served in the U.S. Marine Corps, but was court-martialed and dishonorably discharged. And I'm sure at this point that was also not his fault. To the PSI interviewer, there were reports of bias by the judge and a jury of 12 strangers. Obviously, again, someone else's fault. It makes it difficult to some extent, to deal with the case and the recommendation, because As I read the psychosexual evaluation, it was, I'll say relatively, under the circumstances, relatively favorable. Moderate risk to reoffend at worst. But that can't even be believed. Because again, you've got a defendant who, for whatever misdeeds or downfalls he has faced, it's always someone else's fault. Let's see. I have a lot of other things I could say, but the reality is I don't know that there's a lot of value in those because, again, there's the problem with there's a certain degree of honesty that I believe was lacking in the PSI report. And I would say it's the worst type of dishonesty. We see defendants in here come in and day out that are willing to lie to the court, lie to counsel, whatever it takes to remain free. I even to some extent understand the impulse. I think the worst lie that one tells would be the one they tell themselves when they're unable to accept the consequences of their own actions. But here we are. So the state in this situation would recommend a 5 years fixed and imposed plus 25 indeterminate. In speaking to the victim, the state would request that the NCO, the no contact order, be extended to 35 years. The state would request 30 days to file a motion for costs, but at this time, I'll say for additional costs, because at this time the state would request an order for $2,000 for the cost of the psychosexual and other sentencing evaluations that we have received at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
No, I said thank you. That's it. Thank you. Mr. Gustavus, I'll give you a chance again if you wish to make any argument on behalf of the client.
Regarding the request for costs on the psychosexual evaluation, that is a cost of the pre-sentence investigation, Your Honor. That's mandatory. That's a court-ordered evaluation, and Mr. Cady is indigent, so he should not be held to pay for that evaluation. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Gustavus? No, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Cady, I'm also required to ask you again before I impose sentence. I'll give you the chance to address the court. You are not required to say anything, nor do I hold it against you in any way if you choose not to. However, if you do wish to exercise your right of allocution, which gives you the chance to make a statement on your own behalf or present any information in mitigation on the punishment of this crime, I'll give you that chance. Is there anything you'd like to say, sir?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney up to this point?
No.
Is there any counsel, is there any legal reason why I should not sentence the defendant today?
No.
Okay. Would note that Mr. Cady has continued to maintain his innocence. However, based upon the verdict of the jury, it is the judgment of this court that you are guilty of the crime of lewd conduct with a minor under the age of 16. I have carefully reviewed the record in this matter. I have reviewed both the pre-sentence investigation report as well as the psychosexual evaluation. I have listened to the statements of the victim impact statements that were given. I was the judge also that conducted the trial. I listened to the state and have considered the objectives of criminal sentencing adopted by the Iowa Supreme Court. Those objectives this court must consider. That's of the case of the state versus Toohill. In that case, I must consider protection of society, deterrence, rehabilitation, and punishment. I've also carefully considered the criteria out of Code 1925-21 relative to the question whether I should place you on probation or confine you to prison. In this case, this court, even though the defense has chosen not to present mitigating factors, the court has done so, and I will make comments on those both aggravating and mitigating factors in this case. Perhaps I'm going to address the aggravating factors first. Both the victim impact statements of mother and the victim in this case talked about stolen innocence. That's exactly what this case is about, in the fact that Mr. Cady stole the innocence of a 13-year-old girl in a way that he took advantage of, Mr. Cady took advantage of the victim in this case in a sexual manner, and that those actions have caused consequences. Consequences both to the family. They talk about how kindness has become a weakness. They felt that they were being kind to you and that you took advantage of that kindness and sexually assaulted their 13-year-old daughter. The jury listened to the evidence and found you guilty of the crime. I recognize the comments that you have made, both on the stand and in the psychosexual evaluation, as well as the pre-sentence investigation report, that you weren't aware that she was doing these things and that you were unaware, and then when she grabbed your penis, that you brushed it off and tried not to deal with that. The fact of the matter is, even if that were to happen, you didn't handle things appropriately. In that case, you should have handled it differently than you did, and you chose not to. Of concern to this court, like I said, I think the victims as well have touched on the trauma and the effect on their life. The court has to consider that, as well as have to consider the protection of society. In the pre-sentence investigation report, it talks about, I'm going to read the paragraph on page 10 of that report. It says, Mr. Cady was interviewed on July 1st at the Bonneville County Jail. Was upset about the outcome of the jury trial, felt that all items of evidence proving my innocence were not presented. Mr. Cady focused on how unfair the trial was and his lack of participation in sexual acts towards the victim. In the psychosexual report, it indicated that the amenability for treatment was very poor. Mr. Cady perceives himself to be the victim in this case, which is consistent with his self-report regarding prior failed intimate relationships. Since it is unlikely he will effectively engage in any treatment recommended, that avenue of reducing his risk of reoffense appears to be closed at this time. The victim has suffered from lack of self-worth, loss of innocence, and trust in relationships. She hopes to one day heal from the trauma, however, stated, I will never forget. The defendant's lack of accountability combined with his anger and frustration over the situation creates cause for concern over the risk he presents to others and his ability to be supervised effectively. Therefore, we respectfully recommend the defendant be sentenced to a term of incarceration with the Department of Corrections. So the pre-sentence investigator recommends incarceration. The state has recommended a series of incarceration either. Would note in this Mr. Cady a lack of much of a criminal history. There have been some minor offenses. Would note that it appears that the only conviction prior to this was a charge out of Nevada, which was a misdemeanor. Everything else, I think this is your first felony other than that, at least from my reading of the prior record comments. The court only considers that, and so really this would be a first offense. We would also note that in reviewing the psychosexual evaluation that you passed the polygraph examinations. There was 2 of those, and that it showed that when asked the questions, and I've read through the detailed questions that were asked, that you passed those polygraph examinations. The court, however, is required to consider the verdict of the jury in this case, where a jury of 12 found you guilty of the crime. So then the court has to consider protection of society and your rehabilitation. Of concern as to that, on page 19 of the psychosexual evaluation, it says this conviction appears to be the product of a pattern of sorts in Mr. Katie's life, wherein he attempts to help women with various problems and ends up being victimized by them from his perspective. On page 24 of the psychosexual evaluation are the comments where it talks about a moderate risk level. And ultimately on page 25, where it talks about treatment. It says Mr. Katie is likely to be a very challenging client for treatment. For treatment providers regarding sexual offender treatment is noted above. He displays a high level of interpersonal dominance and anger frustration at the present time. The undersigned anticipates that successful treatment could only occur in a setting in which the treatment provider builds a strong therapeutic relationship with him. Personality disorder traits. As such, he'll require a high degree of supervision in the community and will be a very challenging individual to supervise. This may change if he engages in treatment and the symptoms of depression are in remission. However, this seems unlikely at the present time. So based on all these factors, considering what it is the court should do in this case, it's going to be the judgment of this court that you be sentenced to custody out of Department of Corrections as follows.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
I apologize for
the
interruption. I just thought that prior to that, I did note there was an error in the PSI that
where
on page 6.
What is it?
At accommodation, the last bullet point says defendant has been in custody at Bonneville County Jail since May 12th of 2023. I reviewed that. I believe that that is an error. It would have been May 15th of 2024. I think prior to that time he was released.
Okay. We'll go ahead and make that correction. Mr. Katie will ultimately given the credit time for time served, because I know he was both in and out and released. He will be given the credit based upon that. And Mr. Katie, just so you know, if there, once you get those records, if it's not an accurate account, you can contact Mr. Gustavus and he can file a motion with this court if those dates are not appropriately given to you.
The defense counsel would concur with what the state has pointed out. He was arrested and posted bond, so he had credit for time of 1 day. He was then taken into custody after the trial. So,
okay. Appreciate that. Anything else, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So based on all these factors, considering the criteria we've already set forth in this case, given the judgment of this court, should be sentenced to custody out of Department of Corrections as follows: for a minimum term of 10 years, followed by an indeterminate term of 30 years for a total of 40 years. I'm going to order a fine in this case of $1,000. Standard court costs, payments into the Victims Relief Fund. I do find that you're indigent. However, the court then, based on that, will not order the $2,000 restitution, as I don't think, based on the sentence I've given you, that you're going to be in a position to make those payments. I am, however, going to order reimbursement to the County for Public Defender Service amount of $500, as I believe that that is something that you will eventually may be able to repay. I will also order that you register as a sex offender upon your release pursuant to Iowa Code 188307. And I extend the no contact order for a period of 40 years, which is the sentence that I've given in this case. You'll have no contact with the family or specifically the victim in this case. We'll give you credit for the time that you've served up to now. Your counsel's indicated, I believe that was approximately 100 days. Has indicated if those dates aren't correct, once you receive those times, you can ask to have that corrected in this court. Let me advise
I believe that the question that I was asking you had to do with your ability to ask your attorney about any documents that you signed on December 28, 2022.
Right.
Did you have access to your current attorney on December 28, 2022?
Right. Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to ask him questions before signing any documents presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Did you ask him questions before signing any documents?
Yes.
Did you request changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
Seal or a different seal from that of rule of say. We scour the record, my lord, which covers the 24th and the 25th. We couldn't find any reference to this evidence by Captain Charlie. If maybe counsel can direct the court to the specific portion of the evidence.
You checked Charlie's evidence, sir?
Yes, Captain Charlie's evidence.
You checked it?
Yes, the 24th and the 25th.
Yes, Mr. Nisi.
As it is the court, my lord.
Did you hear what your colleague is saying?
I'm a bit amazed because I'm still, the witness is still under cross-examination. I don't know whether that was an objection or what. So I'm then all of a sudden expected to answer to the state. I'm not answerable to the state.
What is your comment? Why the comment?
No, we said yesterday before we adjourned, we raised an objection.
Okay.
And, we just merely elaborating on the objection that we raised yesterday, that we put in record, that there's no proposition, my lord. There's no support in the record for the proposition by counsel that Njali testified that this firearm, which was destined for destruction, he sealed it in his in a different seal from that of Warrant Officer Rule of Say. That is the objection that we raised.
That's evidence of Njali's page what?
Sorry?
The evidence of Njali is encapsulated on page 1 of the record?
It's on the 25th.
25th and 25th.
24th and 25th. And 25th August. Yes.
Okay, fine. Yes, let's go.
Counsel says it's not answerable to us, we understand, but we are saying it's a wrong proposition that is put into the witness. If he can support that by reference to the relevant passage in the record.
Nisi, I've made note of that.
Yes, and over and above that, my lord, I want to also buttress this with the following. Proceedings are conducted in terms of the rules of the High Court, and Rule 38 does not make a provision that each time an assertion is made to a witness that must be cross-referenced to a particular record. That rule does not make that provision. If the state is unhappy with the assertion that I've put, then they can raise that in argument and specifically refer the court during argument to that portion that they say or that they think does not support my assertion. But I'm not obliged, in terms of the rules of the High Court, to keep on referring the court to a particular page or a date on the record on which that evidence is coming from. And I'm basing that on, and the reason why I'm saying I'm not answerable to the state, I'm basing that on what the rules are saying.
My Lord, the rules of cross-examination are very clear and succinct. If you make a proposition to a witness, it must be correct. And we are saying that proposition is not correct. So if counsel contends that is correct, then he must show that it is found on a particular portion of the record. That's why we have the record. But we're saying he cannot put or continue along that cross-examination if we have raised an objection and he cannot demonstrate that his assertion is correct. That's the simple rules of cross-examination.
As it is the court. What the state also forgets is that it depends upon the court. If the court makes a ruling on whether or not I can proceed with that line of questioning, then if the court says yes, proceed, I may proceed, or I can proceed. If the court says no, you shouldn't proceed, then I won't proceed.
Yeah, proceed, Mr. Nisi.
Thank you, my lord. Now, sir, yesterday, I did not get your answer very clear. I think it was because of the interruption which I experienced when I wanted to know the reason why you decided to take that bag which was containing this firearm, despite the fact that it had a broken seal, when you had earlier on testified that you would not receive a bag with a broken seal. I did not get your reason. Can you please repeat it if you did?
Inzola besengibuzele ukuthi usithathele lesasikhwama ebese sivule ukuthi usucacisile ukuthi nina nizamukele ikhwama esivulile.
My Lord, the reason why exhibits are brought to the lab being in sealed bag is to contain or to maintain the chain of evidence from where the firearm was collected or from where it was collected. The IO or the LCRC memo will put it in a sealed bag and send it to the lab so that there's no tampering with the exhibit all the way. Now, in this instance, the firearm is under police custody, is at the SAP 13. So, preventing the contamination, what contamination will it be? I went there to sign for it from the SAP 13. It was not sealed. I booked it out, not sealed. If the police officer goes to the SAP 13, any other maybe investigating officer, they will also find the firearms not sealed. They will seal it and then send it to the lab. So I went to fetch it. Why must I seal it so that I can open it again? If I receive it from the SAP 13, it's not sealed. If they receive them from the SAP 13 also, they are not sealed. They are the ones who seal it. So why would the SAP 13 clerk seal it? I don't see the reason why must they seal those firearms.
Are you asking me those questions?
I'm answering the question.
Lezo spam bese zisemaphoyiseni and ngaleso sikhathi ke izithola bese zivule asikho isizathu sokuthi ngiphinde ngizifake esikhwameni ngizivalisise bese ngiyothi ngifika la engifika khona ngiphinde ngizivule. So sibone isizathu sokuthi ngikwenze lokho.
Let me make my question very clear again. In your testimony, you have asked you pertinently about the situation of a bag which has got a broken seal that contains an exhibit that is sent to the forensic science laboratory, to the ballistic section thereof. Then you specifically said no, you would not even accept it. Now, why did you accept or take this exhibit to the forensic science laboratory when you could see that the seal thereof was broken? That's my simple question. specifically this firearm?
Izolo ngibuzile wangiphendula umbuzo ukuthi uma kulethwa isikhwama esesivuliwe ngilina nenza kanjani wasuthena cha asisamukeli leso sikhwama manje ke lana uthi usithathile lesi sikhwama sesivuliwe ufuna ukubuza ukuthi njengoba usuchazile ukuthi anizamukeli ikhwama evuliwe lesi usamukele kanjani.
Well, the original case of that firearm was finalized. So the firearm was destined for destruction. So there was no need for them to seal it. When I received it, it was not sealed, and I understand why it was not sealed. So if it was maybe the IO who collected it to send it to her, he will collect it unsealed, and then he will seal it and send it to her.
So besingasekho impela isidingo sokuthi isibhamu lesi siphinde sifake esikhwameni ngoba ngalezo sikhathi lesi sikhwama lesi kwakuwukuthi bafuna ukuyoshabalalisa basiphelise so abengasayiboni isidingo sokuthi ngiphinde ngisifake esikhwameni.
So the reason why you specifically took this firearm is because you would see no reason why it should have been sealed again because it was designed for your destruction. That is your reason.
Uthike wena isizathu sokuthatha le ukuthi lesi sibhamu singavaliwe ukuthi ubuswazi kahle ukuthi asiseshatshalalisa.
Sorry, before you answer there, Mr. Interpreter, you forgot to mention that this witness says the Cleveland case was finalized. You forgot to mention that.
I did mention it.
Oh, you did mention it?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. If you did, no problem.
My Lord, I don't see the reason why the SAP-13 clerk will have to seal the firearm if it's destined for destruction.
Angibona isizathu sokuthi siphinde sifake isibhamu lesi esikhwameni kuwukuthi bese siyoshatshalalisa.
Yeah. So without laboring this point, I'm going to put it to you that Mr. Muchali came and told this court that he would also not accept an exhibit that is not sealed in his possession. So in other words, when he took over this exhibit from those that he received from, he made it a point that it is sealed, and it has been sealed according to him when he received it. When you received it, all of a sudden the seal is broken.
If there is an objection, we submit that there's no obligation on this witness to answer to that proposition as it doesn't accord with the evidence that is on record of Captain Charlie.
I'll come and demonstrate, my lord, what Mr. Mchali said. But nonetheless, let me proceed. I'm just, on this point, I'm putting it in abeyance. I'll come and proceed on it. Because I specifically want to demonstrate that what I'm putting across this witness, I'm not thumb-sucking it. It's there. That's what Mr. Mchali said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, you said the reason for the sealing, just some 3 minutes ago, the reason for the sealing of a bag is because is to avoid the contamination and the tampering, and there's just no reason why the SAP-13 should reseal an exhibit bag. That's amongst others what you said, not so.
Also, ukushiloka ukuthi sifakwa izinto zifakwa lapha ekhwameni kwenzela ukuthi kungabi nabazoguqula ukuthize leso sibhamu ukuze kwazi ukuthi uma ukuthi sisavalisisekele akukho okuguquka okwenziwe kuleyo nto efakwa isibhamu esikhwameni akunjalo.
Well, I said I do not see the reason why the SAP-13 clerk would have to seal the firearm, that the case has been finalized and the firearm is destined for destruction.
Ngishaya mina ngibona ukuthi uClark SAP-13 ibiza sifakelani isibhamu esikhwameni sivalisise ukuthi bekwaziwa kahle nje ukuthi hayi besiseshatshalalile.
Now, sir, back to your version. You're saying on the 20th, you went to Cleveland and received this firearm in a bag which had a broken seal.
Uthe ngomhla 20 waya lapha eCleveland uyothatha isibhamu besisikhwameni ebesisivuliwe.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, and you found that bag in a broken seal. You found the firearm in a bag which the seal thereof was broken.
Uthole isikhwama isibhamu sisesikhwameni sasisivuliwe.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Is it normal? Is it procedure with regard to the handling of firearm exhibits to put them in a seal bag, and then thereafter person then says I've got no obligation to seal this bag although there's a firearm inside?
Indlela enziwa ngayo yena ukuthi uma ke kuwukuthi ke isibhamu sibe sifakwe esikhwameni esivaliwe bese ke kuba khona ophula leyo la kuvalwa khona lapha esikhwameni ukuthi sigcine sesivulekile lesikhwama ukuthi nisamukele.
In other words, why would a firearm be put in a seal bag and in a forensic bag and the seal thereof be left opened?
Engakusho futhi ukuthi isibhamu singabekwa kanjani esikhwameni esi-forensic bag bese ke emva kwaloko ke siyekwe singavalisisi.
My lord, the case was finalized. The firearm was collected from the lab in a sealed evidence bag. It went back to the SAP-13. I cannot speak for the SAP-13. It might be because they were changing it from SAP-13, or maybe they were doing inspection. If you're doing inspection of a firearm that is in a sealed bag, and the firearm is, the case is finalized, you'll open the bag to confirm that this is the right firearm. So it might be that they opened the bag because they were doing inspection or something. So I cannot speak for them. Why did they open the bag?
Ngikwazi bakhulumela ukuthi babesivulelani leso sikhwama uma ukuthi ufuna ukuhlola ukuthi isibhamu yiso ngempela yini uyaphoqeleka uma uswazi ukuthi icala seliphelile ungayivula ulivulele ukuthi ubone ukuthi yisona yini ngempela lesibhamu kodwa ngeke ngikwazi bakhulumela.
Now you can immediately hear yourself speaking. You say maybe you can't speak for themselves. You also don't know what happened. So your answer is just a speculative hypothesis. So.
But the question asked to me is, why did I receive it in the open bag? Why the bag was open? I don't know who opened the bag, and I don't know what was the reason why they opened the bag.
Ukuthi yini ngisamkelile isikhwama esivuliwe angazi ukuthi basivulele yena ngikwazi futhi bakhulumela.
Thank you. That is the point. You don't know who opened the bag. You don't know why the bag that was sealed at the forensic science laboratory when it arrived at SAP-13 got broken. For what purpose was it broken? What happened after it got broken? How was the firearm handled immediately after the seal was broken? All those things you don't know them, not so.
Awazi ukuthi ubani wavula lesi sikhwama, awazi ukuthi yini indaba lesi sikhwama SAP-13 sasivulekile, awazi ukuthi kwakuyini inhloso ukuthi sivule lesikhwama, awazi ukuthi lesi sibhamu saphathwa kanjani emva kokuthi sivule lesi sikhwama. Imibuzo ongakwazi ukuba nempendulo yonke.
That's correct, Lord. I don't know how was it open.
Yebo kunjalo angazi usavula kanjani.
Thank you. And you also don't know in whose hand this firearm landed after the seal bag thereof was broken.
Ukuthi awazi ukuthi sagcina sifike ezandleni zikabani lesi sibhamu emva kokuthi isili lena isidabukile.
I don't know.
Angikwazi lo.
Thank you. Now, against this background that you do not know, would you still say that the sanctity of the preservation of this firearm was guaranteed or was preserved?
Usho ukuthi ke manje ke kwakugciniwe yini ukungaguquki kwalesi sibhamu emva ukuthi sivuleke leso sikhwama sivule leso sikhwama.
My lord, the case of that firearm was finalized, so there was no need to keep the chain of custody proper if it's in the SAP 39 is distant from destruction.
Uma ukuthi ke ngoba icala leli lase livaliwe singesekho isidingo sokuthi ni sigcinwe leso sibhamu ngaphansi kwe SAP 13 ngalendlela yokuthi sihlale sivalelwe.
That's not my question, sir. My question is on the basis of the fact that you said there are a lot of things that you do not know relating to the handling of this firearm. Why was it broken? When was it broken? For what purpose? In whose hand did it land? Against that background that you do not know, as a forensic expert, a ballistic expert, would you then stand there with a straight face and say the sanctity of the preservation of this firearm was still clear?
Njengoba kuzimbuzo eminingi ukuthi isibhamu sathathwa ubani sasivulelweni isavulwaneni and ngasiphi isizathu njengoba unganazo-ke iy'mpendulo lapho nje umchwepheshe weze-ballistic ungasho ukuthi-ke ukungaguquleki kwesibhamu kwakusagciniwe yini?
I don't know, man.
Cha ngikwazi lo.
Thank you. Now, thank you, sir. When exhibits are brought to the firearm, no, forensic science laboratory, I'm sorry. A firearm, let us narrow our conversation to the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section. When exhibits brought to the ballistic section, somebody bringing it, what is the procedure?
Umbukiso-ke lethwa lapha e-forensic science laboratory ku-sections or entry.
But when the exhibits are brought to the lab,
yes,
it's either by the IO or by the LCRC. They will bring the lab to the exhibits to the lab, seal the evidence back, and they book them at the case reception where they receive the firearm or the exhibits. Yes. They book it in on the system and they distance it to the specific section where it's going.
Okay.
Kusho ukuthi-ke uma umbukiso ulethwa lapha mhlawumbe uzolethwa umseshi ophenya lelo cala noma lapha LCRC ilethwa ukuthi sezikhwameni ezivalisisiwe and then-ke uma fikayo lapho-ke kuyabe ziyabhala ukuthi sifikile uma sezibhaliwe ukuthi sifikile sebezozidlulisa-ke bazise la kule section ezifanele ziye kuyona.
Thank you. Now, upon arrival at the reception section of the laboratory, of the ballistic laboratory, what is it that is being done to acknowledge the receipt of the firearm? For instance, an investigating officer takes in a firearm there. What is it that it would be a proof that is submitted a firearm to the forensic science laboratory?
Manje-ke uma sesifikile-ke kuleyo section leso sibhamu lesifanele siye-actually yini-ke yenziwayo uqinisekisa ukuthi siboniwe ukuthi sifikile lapho?
If it's the IO or the LCRC, you will receive it's either a copy or a slip that shows that the firearm has been handed in at the case reception.
Thina-ke sowenza samukela islip esikhombisayo ukuthi isibhamu leso samukelwe e-case reception.
Would that be the acknowledgement of receipt of the firearm by the forensic science laboratory?
That's correct. The receipt will be an acknowledgement of receipt of the receipt.
Thank you. Now, you went to Cleveland, fetched the firearm, took it to the forensic science laboratory, the ballistic section thereof. Did you follow that procedure as well? Was an acknowledgement of receipt also issued to you when you arrived to the firearm?
Uhambile waye Cleveland wayolanda isibhamu weza naso-ke uma sofika naso isibhamu laphaya kukhona yini okwenziwe ukuthi kwaziswe ukuthi ngempela ubuye naso lesi sibhamu ulandelile yini indlela okwenziwa ngayo uma kutholakala isibhamu lelo receipt-ke lelo libhaliwe yini?
My lord, it's a different case. It's not brought by an investigating officer. It's not brought by. I went to sign for it so that I can shoot the test. The firearm was already finalized at the lab. So for me to go and fetch it, it should do just a re-examination of the test on the same firearm. So there was no need for me to book it in at the case reception and book it out again.
Bengasadingeka ukuthi lesi sibhamu lesi ngiphinde ngisibukele kuya ngaphandle ngoba icala-ke lihambelana nalesi sibhamu lase seliphethiwe mina ngihambe ngayathatha lesi sibhamu ngifuna ukuzodubula bese uma sengiqeda-ke lapho bese ngiyasiphindisela.
And it was not registered as a new case because I was already handling the case.
And futhi-ke asizange sibhaliswe njengecala elisha ngoba bese ngiqhubeka ngenza umsebenzi kulo leli cala.
We have just mentioned, say, that the case specifically for which this firearm was brought to the forensic science laboratory was finalized. It was closed. It was destined for destruction, fortuitously, allegations, allegedly, fortuitously. Then you stumble across something that you wanted to match with the firearm. So the firearm, when it went out of the forensic science laboratory, it was only understanding that the case for which it was initially brought to the forensic science laboratory, it was finalized. So when it had to come for the second time, it had to come as a new exhibit. I'm not so sure whether I was too long. Okay, thank you.
But uma-ke lesi sibhamu lesi silethwa lapha emaphoyiseni sasesiyisibhamu nje esifanele siyositshatshalaliswa ngoba ikhesi lisiphelile. Kodwa-ke uma sesilethwa lapha e-science laboratory bese silethwa phela ngecala elisaqhubeka angazi uma ngibheke kahle.
Yes. So why was it then not registered with the administrative section of the ballistic laboratory?
Manje ngenike singabhaliswanga lapho la kubhaliswa khona elaboratory.
When I went to fetch it, the firearm was at the lab. The tests were fired in the firearm, but the tests were not sufficient or for comparison. They were not good enough for the comparison that I wanted. So when I went to fetch it at Cleveland, I went to fetch it under the same case number of Cleveland, and I came back with it still in my custody, not sent by anybody, but still in my custody.
Mangelanda lesi sibhamu kwakusibhamu esake saba selebhe esasesidujuliwe kodwa-ke leso inhlamvu lesi esasidujuliwe sasingalingene kahle ukuthi singasinika umphumela ongozo. So uma ngesilanda ngasilanda ngalo leli cala leli lase-Cleveland elasetshenziswelwe lona. So kwakungasenaso isidingo sokuthi ngiphinde futhi ngirejiste.
But sir, is it not so that an instrument that gets into the premises of the laboratory needs to account through the administrative section that at this moment in time, these are the type of instruments that are in our possession? Should that not be the case?
Kanti akunjalo yini ukuthi uma kuwukuthi kukhona imibukiso elethwa elaboratory ifanele ibe nokuziphendulela ukuthi nazi imibukiso ekhona esiyiphethe lapha elaboratory kwazi ukuthi inemibukiso emingaki lapha elaboratory.
No, my lord. If there was a new case registered under it, then I would expect it to be handed in that process. But there was no new case opened on that case.
Ngoba kunecala elisha elivuliwe elibhekwayo ngaso leso sibhamu yebo kufanele kwenziwe njalo kodwa kwangenacala elisha elaluvuliwe ngale ngaso leso sibhamu so akuzange kube nesidingo sokuthi sibhaliswe.
I will not want to leave at this point, sir. I will leave it for arguments. Thank you. But I'm putting it to you that the procedure which you followed as an expert on the acquisition of the firearm from Cleveland into the premises of the forensic science laboratory to the ballistic section thereof was very irregular.
Ngizokusho nje ukuthi ke njengochwepheshe ukulandwa kwalesi sibhamu silandwa eCleveland siswa elaboratory indlela ekwenziwa ngayo kuyona indlela ejwayelekile.
No, my lord, it was not irregular. It was regular because the firearm was there and was only to shoot the test.
Cha kwakuyindlela eyamkelekayo ukuthatha lapho ngoba sasize lapha ukuthi nje kuyofuna ukuthi sithestwe kwakungenacala elisha.
Thank you. There is another exercise that I wanted us to embark upon, sir. Unfortunately, I need to inquire from the state through the court of court manners. My lord, I think it's almost 2 weeks. If my memory serves me well, it could be last week Monday. I just can't remember the date well. I requested the state because there was a technician that was working on the uploading of certain photos on the system there. Then I requested the state to assist me because that would form part of my cross-examination to Lieutenant Colonel to upload certain photos onto the system. I am not so sure, and I specifically showed them what photos would I have requested to be loaded into the system. So I'm not so sure whether those photos were loaded. And I specifically indicated to them the format in which those photos need to be loaded into the system. And the technician who was there, he said, no, that is quite possible. And then I left it there. I'm not so sure whether that has been done, because that is going to constitute my next segment of my cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Baloyi?
When we went through the database, we couldn't find those specific photos, but we do have a complete digitized photo album of Colonel Nshasho. I don't know if council wants to use any of those photos. We'll be able to show them on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Judge, you say, Colonel Mtlantra, is it?
I did not get that, Mala.
He's saying the photos which the state has in possession of, they are in digital form. And Colonel Mtlantra,
Yes.
Mashasho,
Yes, Colonel Mshasho.
Mshasho, yeah, is the person who digitalized them.
Yes, we also have digitized photos of the photo album of Colonel Mangena.
Yes, that's what the response is.
Those are the photos that I actually requested that they should be loaded into the system. I didn't ask that whether they are digitalized photos or what. I specifically requested and directed them to specific photos to be loaded into the system because that is going to constitute my next segment, the next segment of my cross-examination to this witness. And it was never indicated to me that won't be possible. But from the word of the technician that the state was working with, that was quite possible. It was actually a 5-minute thing, even lesser. I inquired with the state, I think it was on Monday, whether that has been done. I can't remember the answer that I got, my friends.
Can we just have the photos, Manok, so that we can just recheck again the shoot?
Thank you. I can tell them the photo numbers. I can give them the photo numbers. on the photo album of in Exhibit 13A, which is the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, being the reconstruction of the scene, I referred to them to photo number 12. Yes. Actually, to two photos, 12 and 8. Yes, it was 12 and 8. 12 will do because it seems to be more visible. And then on Lieutenant Colonel, on Warrant Officer Muhlahlo's photo album, I refer to them to photo number 19. Yes. I refer them to photo number 19.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi. You are able to bring them through your digitalized equipment.
Yes, our laptop is just frozen. Can you just take a 5-minute break? Apparently it's now up and running.
As it is the court, my lord, we are identifying some sort of a discrepancy in respect of the photo album that in Exhibit 13, 13A, yes, there's a bit of a discrepancy there. The copy that I have was actually commissioned by Solomon K. Modisane on the 5th of November 2014, while the copy that Advocate Numalo has was commissioned by somebody different on a different date. Now, we don't know. Maybe the state can just explain which copy is it that should actually be used.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
The exhibits that we have that council wants to refer to, which is exhibit X13 in brackets A, the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, consists of the photos of the scene as well as photos taken at the mortuary. It was commissioned on the 5th of November 2014 by Lieutenant Colonel Solomon Modisane.
Yes, the state is repeating exactly what I've said, my lord, but that does not seem to assist us because I'm saying my colleague that is seated next to me here, Advocate Numalo, has his copy commissioned on the 5th of July 2017. Yes. Now, the one that I have is commissioned on the 5th of November 2014. That there's a lot of discrepancies in this affidavit, my lord. So I don't know now if I'm going to proceed on which affidavit must I then proceed on. The one that is in because both of them are from the state. The one that is in possession of my colleague Advocate Numalo or the one that is in my possession.
My lord, I don't know why we should have this debate. Council is in possession of the affidavit dated 5 November 2014. That's the one that he should proceed on. All counsel were given the same exhibits, and this is the exhibit that was marked Exhibit 13A. All of them should have the same exhibit, and that is the exhibit that he should proceed on.
The state does not seem to understand the gist of and the imperative of what is happening here, my lord. I cannot proceed on a document simply because the state says I must proceed on. This is an affidavit. It's something that was made under oath, my lord.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloyi says you can proceed on.
But that is the problem. If I proceed on the one that I have.
Which is one? It was commissioned on the one he says you can proceed on is the one commissioned on the 5th of November 2014.
But then the state does not explain that discrepancy, my lord.
What discrepancy?
The discrepancy that mine is commissioned on a different date and the one that is in possession of my colleague here is commissioned on a different date.
And the contents are not the same.
Yes, can we just have the document that Advocate Numalo says is scored? Because
it doesn't say. It is a document that says that. It's
sorry.
The document.
Mr. Baloyi, did you supply that document to Mr. Numalo?
I just want to have a look at it. Yes, it's exactly the same exhibit, my lord. Exactly the same photo. I think what might have happened is perhaps the last page. On which the affidavit was commissioned. Could have been attached by a different page, could have been attached, but the content is exactly the same.
So the two documents are similar?
Yes, exactly the same.
My lord, as I said, there were different teams which were investigating this. The original is the one that was signed on the 5th of November. That is in the docket. So at one stage, some of the investigating officers came to my office, they were requesting for it. I said, it's in the docket. They said, we don't have that docket. Can you just give us another statement and then sign it on this date so that we have it? It might be one of those reports.
So the one which was commissioned on the 5th of July.
On the 5th of November 2014.
Sorry, on the 5th of November, fine. And then subsequently, some of the investigating officers came seeking
looking for the
affidavit
and said they want the affidavit. And I told them that it's in the docket, but they said they can't find the docket because there were different teams which were investigating. It might be because of on that day they came. I could have signed maybe another docket for them to do an investigation.
So you made two affidavits?
Yeah, they say it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, okay, let's proceed, Mr. Minister. They say those documents are the same. It's the same document, duplicated.
These documents are not the same, my lord. And I'm going to implore the state to come up very openly. These documents are not the same. I'm going to give the state these documents, both of them, so that the state can go through these documents and make up their minds.
I'll give Advocate Numalo my copy. He can record it so that...
That does not how it works, my lord. This is not how it works. We just don't throw things around here. We're working on a base of explanations here. What happened? If it needs to be, then there could be a trial within a trial in respect of these documents. But it does not work like I just give Advocate Numalo my copy so he can work on it. It does not work out like that. Otherwise, that is it's a strict procedure.
Which document did you receive? Which document did you yourself receive?
Who?
You.
I received Exhibit 13A, Exhibit X 13A.
Which was commissioned on?
Which was commissioned on the 5th of November 2014.
Okay. The deponent to this document, which is commissioned on the 5th of October 2014, is who?
It's Captain, I don't see, I can't see, I can't read. Oh, it's Captain Simangena.
Mangena, yeah, fine.
No, it's Captain.
Captain Mangena?
Yes.
Is there somebody like that?
It's me, man.
Oh, okay, fine. And then the other document which you say you don't understand why it's there, is it commissioned on the 5th of July 2017?
The state took it, my lord.
Yeah, but is it commissioned on the 5th of July 2017?
Yes. 27. I don't know what the date is. The state is in possession of that document.
Which date was it commissioned on, that document?
It's 5th July 2017.
Yeah, 5th July 2017. And who's the deponent in that document?
The deponent is Colonel Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Yeah, okay.
It consists of exactly 22 pages, just as with the other documents. So as the witness has just explained, the only difference is the commissioning part, but it's exactly the same.
Okay, yeah, let's go on, Mr. Minister. Say that those two documents are in fact one document.
I did not get that, my lord.
No, so you can continue.
Oh, okay, no, thank you, my lord. If the court is ruling that this document constitutes one document, then I don't know.
Yeah, they say so.
We've checked it page for page, man.
Page for page.
Exactly
Same document.
Except
it just fits in maybe with the explanation the panel has given that a second similar statement was made because the initial one was not traceable at that stage.
That's correct, man.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go on because
thank you, madam.
It's one document.
Thank you, madam.
If there are any differences, cross-examine on both documents because here's the witness.
Thank you, madam.
Right.
May I then be assisted with those photos? Now, what I requested, my lord, is that those photos should be beamed side by side. In other words, they must stand parallel. I don't know if the state will be in a position to do that, but the technician that was assisting them that other day said, no, that is very simple, you could do it.
Can you just get the photo numbers of this album? I think it was 8 and 12. It's 8 and 12.
Do you have the numbers on the photos?
8 and 12. 12.
18,
12. Let's go with 12.
So you only need one photo to be beamed, and that is photo number 12.
Just a second. Photo number. On Musia's photo album is photo number 19. Muhlahlo, not Musia. Muhlahlo's photo album, photo number 19.
So this photo, are you saying it was taken by Warrant Officer Muhlahlo?
Madam, I'm not so sure whether the state is doing what I requested them to do, because they are only beaming one photo and then they are keeping quiet. I'm not so sure whether they're still trying to get the other one that I said should also be beamed side or on the side of this.
Is it possible to beam both of those photos?
Maybe if we take the shoulder gentleman at this stage, Manot, let's see if we can get the technician to do that, Manot.
What's the time?
It's 4 minutes to 11. We can resume at 11:15.
Okay. Agenda
that the camera then panned away from. But, just absolutely horrific images splashed across our television sets today. And we're just having to watch this on television. Imagine what it's like to be living through this, and then to be living through the days and weeks to come. Because of course we do know of the trauma that people suffer from as a result of having been a part of these kinds of situations. And it's not trauma, as you said, Tracy, that we're equipped to deal with. It's not trauma that goes away overnight. This is something that the community of Winder and of course Appalachia High School specifically, the folks there are going to be dealing with for a long time to come as they try to come to grips with the tragedy that has unfolded on their campus today.
And we've just learned from one of our reporters there near the high school that the middle school nearby, those students are being released and they can now go home. The information we got from Winder Police a little bit earlier this afternoon was that the school would transition from a hard lockdown to a soft lockdown, and they'd work to release students on time. Of course, the school day ending close to about now. We're almost at 3 o'clock. Some of those students already been released. And we do want to head out to our Yasmina Alston, who's there by Appalachia High School right now. Yasmina, what more have you learned? I know you just told us, informed us that the middle school students, they are able to hopefully meet up with their parents and go home.
Tracy, that's right. We do know the middle school is doing their release of students right now. We've watched as several parents have waited for this moment because the school was also on lockdown. But now if you look behind me, you can see that police are allowing cars to come out of the parking lot of the middle school and letting those students come home. We have just been seeing so many families, so many parents, so many students walking this way, going back to their cars after getting after getting their loved ones. And we actually had the chance to do an interview with a 14-year-old student at the high school who says that he watched as someone with a gun walked into his classroom and started shooting. This 14-year-old says that he saw some of his classmates on the ground after being shot. We ran into this student with his family. He was with his parents and also two of his sisters who go to the middle school, and he wanted to share what he experienced. He was obviously very traumatized. It was a difficult interview because I don't think he even still could believe what he had witnessed. This 14-year-old says that, in those moments, the classroom filled with smoke. He says his ears are still ringing from hearing those gunshots. He watched his teacher jump into action after the gunshots were fired. He says, once the person with the gun was out of the classroom, his teacher immediately closed the door, put bookshelves and desks in front of the door to make sure that no one else could come in. This 14-year-old says that he called his dad and his mom while he was in the classroom, and his dad was there during the interview as well. And his dad says that all he could hear is commotion in the background. He had no idea what was happening, but he knew that something was going on just from what he heard in the background, and of course from the fear in his son's voice. We also, had the chance to speak with the parents who say they, of course, can't believe this happened and want to see some sort of changes now. And I do want to let you hear from the 14-year-old student that we were able to talk to as he describes those moments in his classroom.
I'm just doing my work in class, and something just told me to look to my left because, I'm sitting, by the door. I'm sitting like this, and the door is like this. So something just told me to look to my left. I look to my left. I see a kid he had, a big gun. It was like an AR. He got his head sticking out the door with the gun, and then he just started. Then I got up, I started running. He started shooting like 10 times. He shot at least 10 times, and then I ran to the back of the classroom. I dived behind the desk, and my teacher had got in front of me he was guarding. But the gunshots were so close to me, my ears started ringing real bad. The whole classroom was smoking.
Very, very traumatizing for that student and the others in that classroom as well. His parents, saying they cannot believe this happened. And again, they're saying they now want to see changes. They want to know, what changes are going to be made as far as security at the school. They want to see metal detectors and more security. So a really, really traumatizing event for these students and the teachers and everyone who is in the school, and of course the families and the community as well. Back to you guys.
Yasmina, just listening to that young man, I'm so sorry for what he had to go through today. When he was describing the shooter, he used the word kid. I heard him say kid. Did you get any more information from him? Any more of a description of the shooter?
So I asked him, if he recognized the person with a gun, and he said no, he had never seen this person, but he also said that this person had on a mask of some sort, so it wasn't possible to see this person's entire face. But, he says he didn't recognize this person from what he could see. We did make sure to ask that, but he also said that everything was so chaotic in those moments, it was really hard for him to pay attention to who this person was. He was more so just concerned about getting to safety and making sure that his classmates and teacher were okay too.
Wow. All right, Yasmina, thank you very much for that. Want to check in with Chelsea Beimfohr, who's also on the scene and has been for a long time. Chelsea, I wonder what you can share with us.
Well, our producer was just commenting that there's a lot of cars. This is Tom Miller Road, about half a mile from the high school. It's been mostly closed today. Parents have been having to park up the street and then walk about a mile to pick up their children from the high school or the middle school. You can see there's still some families making their way back to their cars here. We know that they've been reunited at the football field and that the middle school students have now been let out of school as well. So that's what we're seeing on this street here. But as these families have been walking by us, we've stopped and spoken with some of them. We spoke with a freshman named Adriana and her father. Her father also went to Appalachia High School, so this has been an incredibly emotional day for them on so many levels. She's a freshman. She tells us she was in the classroom this morning and she said they started hearing bangs and she thought that they were bathroom stalls across the hall slamming. But she said when they continued, they realized it was gunshots, and she said everybody dove to the ground, got in the corner. And I said, were you able to contact your parents and let them know what was going on? She said her cell phone in that particular classroom, I'm not sure what the campus policy or the district policy is, but she says all of their cell phones were in like a bin up at the front of the classroom. So she said, I was not able to contact my father. She said they were inside sheltering in place for about 30 minutes. Eventually, a SWAT team came and cleared her classroom and escorted them out to that football field. She says she was out there for about 2 hours, was able to get a cell phone from another classmate and make contact with her family. They were able to come and pick her up, and her father was just saying how relieved